Good morning. My name is Councillor Chris Moyes. I am the chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting number 14 to order, and welcome to everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Toronto and East York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. As an African Canadian, I am committed to continue acting in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black communities seeking freedom and reproductive justice in light of their history and ongoing legacy of slavery that continues to impact our communities across Canada. As part of this commitment, I would also like to acknowledge that not all people came to these lands as migrants and settlers. Pause for a second. Alrighty, folks, we're having some technical difficulties. It's going to take about 10 minutes to reboot the system, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Okay? Okay. And members, we're good to go. If you can take your seats if you're in the room or in your offices, please return. You start. TYCC counselors, return to Committee Room 1, please. We're missing one more counselor for quorum, and I have texted them, and they should be here shortly. Fingers crossed. Okay, we have quorum. Councillor Matlow's here. I'm going to resume from the land acknowledgement. We actually lost our feed from the very beginning. So although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Toronto and East York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is a traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. As a Caribbean Canadian, I am committed to continually acting in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black communities seeking freedom and reparative justice in light of the history and ongoing legacy of slavery that continues to impact our communities across Canada. As part of this commitment, I would also like to acknowledge that not all people came to these lands as migrants and settlers. Specifically, I wish to acknowledge those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those who brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. In support of this, the City of Toronto's ongoing efforts to confront anti-Black racism, I pay tribute to those ancestors of African, Caribbean, and Black original descent. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen to me to call your name. I will call speakers in order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on today's toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's ID staff are available to members if they need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at tycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on May 7th, 2024. Councilor Fletcher.
Moved.
In favor? Opposed? Carried. Before we begin, I have a motion to set committee rules for this meeting. I'll ask the clerks to display the motion. We have many speakers today, and we also have a quorum issue. As of 3 p.m., we may lose quorum, so I have a motion to amend and to adjust the speakers list, public speakers, to 3 minutes each. And also to allow registered speakers to register until 10:30 p.m. Because AM, sorry, AM. I know, we started a little late. Yes, thank you, Councilor Fletcher. So all those in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you. I'm just getting over the flu, so I'm a little off right now. I have lots of medication in front of me. So before we begin the agenda to run through, I may have a motion to add new business to items T 14.49 to T 14.54. Councilor Bravo. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Items T 14.1 to 14.27 are timed, so we will begin to run through item 14.28. Okay. (14.28) Changes to Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.29, 292 to 298 Dundas Street West, construction staging area, time extension. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.30, 63 to 83 Ralgan Avenue, construction staging area. Councilor Matlow.
I'm sorry, could you just remind me the item number?
30.
14.30.
Yes, I move to approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.31, 2161 Young Street, and Sudan Avenue, construction staging area. Time extension. Councilor Matlow.
I move to approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.32 has speakers, so I'll hold that item. T 14.33, accessible parking spaces, June 2024. Councilor Bravo. Actually, Councilor Court Perks.
I'll move approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.34, Emily Street temporary car share relocation. You want to move that for Councilor?
On behalf of Councilor Malik, I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.35, their speakers, I'll hold that item. T 14.36, traffic calming, speed humps, various streets in Ward 4. Councilor Perks?
I believe there are deputations.
There are.
Yeah.
That's right, thank you. It's actually highlighted in my sheet. T 14.37, traffic calming, speed humps, Hassard Avenue. Councilor Fletcher.
I move to install the speed humps, please.
All those in favor? We're going to display the motion. There's a motion.
Yeah, there's a motion to install. That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion?
We're also opposed.
I know.
Opposed? Carried as amended? Just the item? Okay, that's good.
We got
T 14.3, it has speakers.
no full.
T 14.39, corridor safety review, Mortimer Avenue between Pape Avenue and Broadview Avenue. Councilor Fletcher.
I'll just hold that for now.
Okay. T 14.40, their speakers. T 14.41, update on the Ontario Line joint corridor noise barrier and retaining wall. Councilor Fletcher.
There's a motion there to defer that for a month, says Chair.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Carried. Amended? That's it. Okay, thank you. 14.42, use of Nathan Phillips Square for various events, September 1st, 2024 to April 30th, 2025. On behalf of Councilor,
I will move that, but quickly say that we held that in order to work on the extreme noise from events for those of us who have offices directly facing the stage, and staff are busy with that, so I'll move this. We'll make sure that the same protocols are in place for September to April 20.
okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.43, appointments to the Board of Management of this Swansea Town Hall Community Center. Councilor Perks.
I'll move approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.44, appointment to fill a vacancy on the Central Edmonton Community Center Board of Management. Councilor Matlow.
I move to approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.45, nomination for appointment to the Board of Directors to the Crest Town Club, Inc. Councilor Bradford.
Yes,
Give a motion.
Yeah, I could just move the motion, my recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.46, parking amendments, Harbor Street.
I'd like to hold that, please.
Okay. T 14.47, parking amendments, Marlborough Avenue and Price Street. Councilor Sachs.
Moving the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? It's your recs. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 14.48, Marlborough Place Speed Hump. Councilor Sachs.
Moving my recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.49, install speed bumps in the public lane east of Bronson Fields Avenue between Pearson Avenue and Lane West of Soren Avenue, north of Pearson Avenue. Councilor Perks.
I move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.50, parking regulations, Pearl Street between Simcoe Street and John Street. On behalf of Councilor Malik, Councilor Bradford. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.51, implementation of permit parking on Lonsmount Drive and Tweedsmuir Avenue, permit area 13K. Councilor Matlow. Item 14.51.
I apologize, I was managing a constituent's question.
No worries.
Would you repeat the item, please?
Item 14.51, implementation of permit parking on Lonsmount Drive and Tweedsmuir Avenue, permit area 13K.
Let me hold that for the moment.
Okay. 14.51 has speakers, 14.53 has speakers, 14.54, parking amendments on.
We don't have speakers on 5.2 or 5.3.
We don't? Okay. 14.52 has no speakers. Implementation of a commercial loading zone, Forest Street, Front Street East, West, and Market Street. And the reason that's highlighted is because that's my item. I move the recommendations by letter. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 14.53, implementation of parking permit in a newly designated permit parking area for Regent Park. Move my recommendations, my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And 14.54, parking amendments on Balsam Avenue. Councilor Bradford.
Yep. Thanks. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay.
Point of order, I can go back to 5.1. I just needed to check on something.
Which one?
The one that I just held briefly, 14.51.
Okay.
And I'm happy to move the recommendation in my letter.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We also have an additional new business item to introduce. Councilor Bravo. We'll display the motion. Okay. You want to move that item? Add. We're just moving the item to add. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we'll now go back. Councilor Fletcher has an item as well.
Yes, I do. Thank you. It's the board appointments for Apple Grove Community Center.
Wait for that to come up on the screen.
Pardon?
Let's wait for that to come up on the screen.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to add this item? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We'll now go back to the time items.
Mr. Chair, one of the timed items is a application for demolition application, number 18, 14.18. There are two speakers, but I'm moving a recommendation 3, which is approval to demolish. They don't need to speak if that can go ahead. It's after 10 o'clock, so there can't be any new speakers.
It's a timed item for 10:30.
Okay, but if we can deal with it at 10:30, they don't need to speak.
Okay, but we have to follow the regulations, so. Yeah, it's not 10:30 yet. So we'll go back to the timed item for 9:30, T 14.1, naming of an existing public lane south of DuPont Street, extending east of Manning Avenue. Councilor Sachs.
Yes, I'm moving the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.2, naming of an existing public lane west of Glassville Street, north of Cecil Street.
Yes, we're going to have Red Dragon Lane in Toronto. I move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.3, naming of an existing public lane west of Spadina Avenue extending between Oxford Street and Nassau Street. Councilor Sachs.
Yes, I'm moving the staff recommendations, and I would encourage anyone who hasn't seen it to go down and see Chinatown Mural Lane. There's a lot of work that's gone in from the community to make this a place that's really interesting and surprising, and it'll now have the name of Chinatown Mural Lane.
Excellent. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is T 14.4, 10 to 22 Pauline Avenue Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment application. We have a speaker on this item. Katie Hickey, are you here? Okay, you may come up. You have 3 minutes to depute. Okay.
Good morning, members of council. My name is Katie Hickey. I'm a land use planner and associate with Bousfields, Inc. I am agent to this application, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. My office address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200. The application before you today seeks to permit the redevelopment of the subject site with a 4-story stacked townhouse development with an additional stair enclosure providing access to private outdoor amenity space. The development will contain 34 residential dwelling units, of which 33 are family-sized units. The proposal is a prime example of expanded housing options in neighborhoods and modest residential intensification in proximity to the Dufferin TTC subway station. We are in support of the recommendations from community planning staff, which recommend that council approve the application. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank city staff for all their efforts on this application. And thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Councilor Sachs? Sorry,
Motion that's not quite ready, so we're going to
one moment, my apologies. That's Councilor.
Nine, sorry.
Councilor Bravo. Okay. You want to move the item? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next one's Councilor Sachs. T 14.5, 245 to 247 Davenport Road, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report. We have one speaker on this item. Morgan Rice, are you here?
Yeah, sorry, this is the one where my motion's not ready. It's
Yeah.
my fault. I was working on something else till too late last night, so we could
That's
hold
it.
it down, please.
Should we still have a speaker on this item?
Yeah, he'll wait. It's not ready. Just hold it down, please.
Yeah, but is the speaker here? Is Morgan Rice here?
He's the, hear the deputant then, and we can hold it down.
Okay. Okay. Speaker is not, the deputant is not here. T 14.6, 180 to 200 Dundas Street West, 123 Edward Street, and 65 Center Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. We have one speaker on this item, Adam Brown. You here? You have 3 minutes.
And again, I think clerk is still working on a motion.
Okay, you may depute nonetheless. You want me to speak now? Yes, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Here on the application for Dundas and Edward, I can make a presentation, but we are in support of the staff recommendations. I know there's a motion with certain environmental commitments we've made that Councillor Sachs will be passing, which we also support. It's been a fantastic process in terms of a learning curve for us in terms of view corridors through James Parak and Joanne in urban design, David Dreger, Oren Tamir, Derek Waltho, Conan, and Paul Johnson in planning, and Aaron Smith in heritage. So we've learned a lot about bringing our heights down to protect this heritage view corridor, brought them down significantly from 72 to 59 stories for the tallest portion, and worked on a very positive resolution of the application. I am happy to give you a full presentation if you need that, but I know you're busy today, so I'm happy to tell you that we're in support of the recommendations, and we've submitted the letter with the environmental commitments for Councillor Sachs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions for deputants?
No questions of the deputant. It turns out I'm still working on the motion. I'll get it to clerk shortly. Just hold it down, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Item T 14.7, 55 to 75 Brownlow Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application. We do have deputants on this item. Megan Key, are you here? Okay, you have 3 minutes to depute before the committee.
Let me just get set up. Okay. It's 3 minutes, sorry?
Yes, 3 minutes.
My name is Megan, and I've lived at 55 Brownlow Avenue for 8 years. When Mega's Development bought our building, this is what they bought. Over 200 tenants who have chosen to make this place their home. But because these people do not own their homes, they have less rights and protections than those who do. It is an inherent flaw in the way housing policy and legislation is written in this city and across the country. To illustrate the systemic barriers that people face, let me give you an example. Over the past 8 years, I've contributed over $160,000 to my unit. But because of the student debt and misfortune of not coming from a wealthy family, I didn't have this money up front, which means that I have less rights and economic mobility as a result. This lack of financial, social, and economic privilege means that the tenants in my building have no say in whether we get to keep our homes and have almost no leverage in fighting for adequate tenant protections. This power imbalance is what allows developers to dictate to us what our communities look like and who lives in them. While negotiating with our developer has been challenging due to this power imbalance, I want to acknowledge that Mega's Development did come to the table to meet with tenants. They agreed to a staged move, 3 months of no rent once construction starts, and will allow a small pool of post-application tenants the right to return at market rents. And while we are grateful for that, because it is a better deal than most evicted tenants in our situation have secured, this small group of tenants with limited personal capacity, had to work tirelessly, donating thousands of hours of personal, mental, and physical labor to get to where we are now. The deck was stacked against us, and if you're in a ward with a less sympathetic counselor, don't have a motivated tenants association, or already extremely overburdened, you will get the bare minimum, like thousands of other tenants being evicted in this city. I want to implore City Council to ensure that our organizing is not in vain by creating bylaws that protect tenants in a staged move. Yes, a staged move may inflict less harm on tenants than displacement, but it is not without its harms. The seniors, overnight and remote workers, people with disabilities, babies, and other vulnerable groups have told us, not the babies, I guess, how the increased noise and air pollution 6 days a week and up to 7 years will impact their lives. Compensation or reduced rent gives tenants agency. The freedom to put down first and last month's rent somewhere else, but money to buy air purifiers, noise-canceling headphones, or access to other supports. Real freedom is choice. And for many tenants who cannot afford to live anywhere else, have deep ties to the community or other intersectional issues, they have no choice. They are forced to accept a lower quality of life, coinciding with ever-increasing rents. And lastly, this article was published almost a year ago following a rally at our building, and the title says it all. In the midst of a housing crisis, why is Toronto letting a rent-controlled apartment building be demolished? Evictions are a systemic problem, and if we continue to deal with them on a building-by-building basis at a community council, vulnerable low-income people in rent-controlled buildings will continue to suffer, while wealthy multi-million-dollar developers line their pockets at our expense. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for being here. The next deputant is Miso Choi, followed by Annette Trevorrow-Gashers. Miso here. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Apologies for that. It is a medical alarm. Just give me a moment to turn off my medical alarm so it doesn't beep. So my name is Miso Choi, and I'm a volunteer with No Dumb Evictions. The sound clip I played for you was 30 seconds. It was annoying, right? For 30 seconds, you experienced what the Brownlow tenants are poised to live through for 5+ years. Not only is construction sound annoying, per a 2017 Toronto Public Health Report, noise pollution also negatively impacts cardiovascular, pulmonary, and mental health. People with chronic health conditions experience worse health outcomes. While tenants that work off-site during the day will have reduced exposure to the noise, residents that are disabled, retired, or work from home will get little to no reprieve. Without safeguards, these residents' health will suffer. As a condition of approval, the developer should be required to submit a comprehensive noise mitigation plan, which outlines the strategies they will use to reduce and monitor noise. They should also be required to limit the use of noise exemption permits. I understand the developer is offering fixed compensation to tenants in the form of 3 months free rent. This equates to a discount of 8% a year, and that's only if construction lasts 3 years. If you had to live next to the sounds I played, would you be satisfied with an 8% discount? Compensation to the Brownlow tenants should be increased and ongoing based on the length of construction. Some tenants that work from home will be forced to pay for an alternate workspace, especially during construction periods that are exceptionally loud. This is not cheap. WeWork charges $15 an hour for a seat in their Toronto locations. To work there for 8 hours a day for 5 days costs $600, excluding tax. Tenants should not be forced to assume this cost. Instead, they should be offered a stipend to pay for alternate workspace. The property owner should also be restricted from increasing rent, given tenants' reasonable enjoyment of their units will be severely compromised during construction. I do not agree in principle with this development. I don't see why Yonge and Eglinton needs another unaffordable condo, especially at the cost of tenants' health. However, I understand the city's hands are tied in a lot of ways.
10 seconds.
If you recommend to approve the rezoning application, you should ensure tenants are protected through fair compensation and by requiring the developer to submit and follow noise mitigation plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for being here. The next deputant is Annette Trevorrow-Gasher, followed by Adam Brown. Is Annette here? No, Adam Brown. Welcome to committee. You have 3 minutes.
Chair, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and on this one, I do want to just take a moment to give you a bit of an introduction to what I think is a very positive precedent in terms of rental replacement. This is an application that's gone through an extensive process. I want to thank Shane Taylor, Sipo and Oren from Planning, Itai and James Parak from Urban Design, and Deanna Chorney and Jenny Lee and Emily Irvine, who did a fantastic job in attending numerous meetings to deal with the housing issues, which was, to be honest, the most important issue that affected this site with the tenants. And we had no less than 4 meetings with the tenants, the 1 official one and 3 at our office, and your staff made sure they were available for each and every one of them. The councillor's office, his staff came to those meetings, and it really helped. And what it did on this particular development, it caused us to pause and redesign, if I can use this screen here. Can I use the screen? There we go. It caused us to redesign from the beginning, and originally we had a 3-building scheme. And we went to a 2-building scheme for a number of excellent design revisions that we were asked to consider, but the most important revision was do not demolish the first building till you built the second one. The tenants made it their important condition that can you not, with this size of site, build the rental replacement first so we only have to move once? And the answer was, we did that. We did that. We created a mid-block connection. We created a conveyance of a park. We created a 10,000 square foot daycare. So we did a lot of things that we were asked to do, and Megan and her residents did spend a heck of a lot of time coming to meetings, their own free time, to work through these resolutions. In addition to that, we agreed to additional rent reductions during construction, because then when we agreed to allow them to move only one time, Their comment was, what about the fact that we're going to live there when the second building's built? So we addressed it. We addressed it with rent reductions, with increased moving expenses, and other agreements above and beyond what's typically required. So I want to say to you, in my closing comments on this application, I understand and we understood that there are going to be significant issues for any tenant who has to relocate. We think we've done a great job and set a very positive precedent with the help of your staff and the councillor's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for being here. The next deputant is Bob Murphy, followed by Jeff Hayworth. Welcome to committee, so you have 3 minutes.
This is a report issued in 1978 by the Ministry of Consumer and Commercial Relations, Policy Options for Continuing Tenant Protection. There is a table on page 14 that is relevant today. I have the figures here if you'd like to follow along. 2 years before the advent of rent controls, 33,600 units of private rental housing had been built that year, with 10,500 units of public housing. There were 15,735 units of condominiums started. In 1974, the number of private rental starts had fallen to 18,250, while the number of condominium units started rose to 18,809. In 1975, the year rent controls were introduced, the number of condominium units started was 21,356, while private rental starts had fallen to 4,700 units. 11,700 units were built that year of public housing. The statistical evidence is that it is the advent of the condominium that is the cause of the housing crisis. At page 11 of this report, it notes that in April of 1974, the Ontario government, a conservative minority, brought in a land speculation tax act with a land speculation tax of 50%. Such a tax would not apply to the development of rental units. That's not speculative, but condos are. A 50% land speculation tax did the job then, and it could be the city's salvation today. I also have a copy of the...
Can we hold for a sec, please?
I'm on fire.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we can resume. Go ahead.
This past Community Council, October 10th, 2019, it is the agreement made between the city and the developer of what I call the Pharrell Williams condos on Broadway Avenue. And there were half of these units were in Don Valley West, half were in the city of Toronto, or Toronto East York. Of the 131 replacement units for the 2 buildings in St. Paul's, 1 unit was put to market rent. All the other units, that 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, bachelors, all the other units were stipulated to be affordable rent or mid-range. And any replacement unit here must fall within that category of affordable and mid-range, and it must be for perpetuity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today.
Yeah.
Jeff Hayworth, are you here? You have 3 minutes to depute before the committee.
Hi. Hi, committee. Hi, council. Thanks for hearing us out today. You know, when I first arrived at 55 Brownlow, I guess it was 1.5 years ago now, and I first started talking about what was happening, the tenants really had no idea what the process was going to be. They were really scared. A lot of them are still really scared because they don't know how this is going to shake out. Whatever agreement we work out today, we vote on today, it's great that you set your standard here, but it's something that we have to improve on as we go. We still have 3 years of construction. We'll still work on it. But when we started this, the word demoviction didn't exist. We had to invent a term for what was happening in Toronto. The amount of mass displacements, the amount of demolitions, the amount of tenants getting ripped off. And now we've brought that standard, that bare minimum up a little bit just to work with the economy that we have, but it's still not even, it's a bare minimum. Very, very little is being done for these folks. Now, this particular building has gone through a number of negotiations, and I'm glad that there have been some positive developments on that. But it's still an issue. It's still a problem for these tenants, and simply saying, you know, you get an extra month of free rent it's not that much. The reason why these tenants are scared is because they don't think the city is working for them. They don't think anybody in this room is actually helping them. They get told that they're getting these great deals, and they know they're getting ripped off. And they get really depressed because they're being lied to. And they don't want to be lied to by their officials.
Yeah, please, language.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Well...
You need to apologize.
No? I can't say that you're lying to them? Well, then I'll just cut my deputation short here, and I'm not apologizing.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to be clear that deputants, if they're casting aspersions of that kind, that either councillors are deliberately lying or city staff are deliberately lying, that's just not the decorum that we can have in the meeting, and I just want everybody to know that. That's how we operate. Pardon me? It's also not I don't know what you mean, you could explain that. So it's not that we're being mean, we're just being careful for you as well, because when you say that, you don't have legal protection when you say that about elected officials or staff, just to the public. I'm not trying to scare anybody, I'm just saying that's the decorum that we use. So thank you very much, everybody, for understanding that today. And I know everybody's upset, but we just have these rules here. Thank you.
Next on the list is Michael Whitehead. I believe you're online. Okay, so Whitehead, you have 3 minutes to depute.
I'm going to read in his place because they passed over my name. That's okay?
You want to depute on his behalf?
Yes. I have signed up to depute, but they called over my name, so
You cannot depute on someone's behalf. You go and depute on behalf of yourself. And you had till 10:30 to depute.
I'm here.
Okay. Here we go. Go ahead, Michael. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. My name is Michael Whitehead, and I've lived at 25 St. Mary Street for 30 years. I'm part of the No Dem Evictions group. I'm here to speak on behalf of tenants at 55 Brownlow. I'd like to thank the Planning and Housing Committee and Council for approving a new method of calculating rent gap payments that is closer to market realities. Tenant advocates like myself have been advocating for this kind of change for over a year. I'd like to recognize and congratulate Megan Key on her outstanding advocacy and organization of the No Dem Evictions movement to protect tenants and affordable housing in Toronto and across the country. With that said, the escalating loss of purpose-built rental housing and the failure of councillors and council as a whole to protect tenant rights and affordable housing means you need to keep hearing from tenants until your actions change. In the last year, council has approved the demolition and redevelopment of 1,783 rent-controlled units with inadequate consultation, compensation, relocation assistance, an uncertain right of return, and protection of rent control for only 10 or 20 years. Toronto East York Community Council responsible for 1,302 of those units to be redeveloped, and today you are planning to approve the demoviction of over 500 more units with inadequate compensation and relocation assistance. You can and should do better. The tenants of Toronto are not opposed to development, only to development that is profit-driven, that reduces the stock of affordable housing, replacing it with market-rate rentals that are not rent-controlled or luxury condos, unaffordable for most of those who call Toronto home. Councillors are failing to protect tenants and choosing to side with developers. Whatever the reason, it's the wrong thing to do. I recognize that the tenants of 55 Brownlow have had meaningful discussion with the planning department and the developer on the plan to redevelop their property. I thank Mr. Brown for making it clear the extent to which the developer has taken into consideration the concerns of the tenants, and I agree that they have gone a long way towards improving this demoviction compared to others that we have seen Community Council approve. With that said, the tenants of 55 Brownlow will be facing ongoing construction noise and disruption for the next 6 to 10 years. Construction of the new tower, and once they move into the new tower, construction of the second tower will result in the loss of their quiet enjoyment of their units for that extended period of time. To say that this is unfair is self-evident. What continues to be missing from this proposal is the option for tenants to move elsewhere.
Your
with
time,
appropriate
Mr. Whitehead.
compensation.
Your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for deputants? Seeing none. We do have Annette Trevorrow, Gasher. Are you here? Okay, you have 3 minutes to depute before the... Just clean tissues. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for having me here today. My name is Annette Trevorrow Gasher. I live at 25 St. Mary Street. It was one of the first and largest high-rise in the city of Toronto to be fully structured, fully occupied. Over 50% of our population are seniors, and we have been facing a demoviction for over a year. We were here a year ago deputing for our building, and we have nowhere to go. We have tenants in our building that are having panic attacks and mental breakdowns, crises. I am having one. I recovered from my 20th cancer surgery. I will be having more. I have other chronic issues that require me to remain in my vicinity and close to my medical care, as do many of the people that are in this building. I don't know if you've ever lived with noise for a continuous period of time like the people will be living through at 55 Brownlow when they're relocated, but that can be enough to have a serious effect on your mental health, to continuously listen to a droning noise if you have to work from home. And the tenants of Isabella Street having nowhere to go, I ask, where will you put us all when there will be 10,000 of us on the streets, many of us seniors, many of us disabled, many of us vulnerable with special needs? Where will we go, and how can we make the developers accountable for a moratorium on demevictions, rent control, and vacancy control so that we can afford to live in these communities? The new developments like UHN is coming up with the NORC, which I don't have time to say the acronym, that I believe Councillor Josh Matlow is working with, could be instrumental in working with our buildings to keep our seniors in the building and let them age in place with the surrounding wraparound services that they have. Our building already qualifies for a NORC, as I sat in on that WebEx yesterday with UHN and their constituents and their partners and stakeholders. So where will we put all of these people? with these wonderful ideas we're coming up with for more housing, when we need housing now. Councillor Moyes. You just weren't looking at me, so I thought maybe you weren't hearing me.
Can I, point of,
But you are at time.
sorry,
Go ahead, Councilor.
order, it's, please don't, the chair, please don't address the chair or any member of this committee directly. There's the rules of procedure are clear, and I think that having chaired many meetings here, there's a lot of work that's being done, so I just want to remind people that while the chair is chairing the meeting and trying to listen to deputants, he's also administering the entire meeting.
You're also at time. Thank you so much. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Councillor Madlow, this is your item.
Thank you. So I'm going to move the recommendations with an amendment at the request of the Toronto District School Board with respect to dust and construction matters affecting the students adjacent to the construction. And I want to speak to this journey that we've been on. You know, as Jeff, I think very articulately said earlier, at the beginning of this, you know, when this was first proposed, the tenants didn't know the process, they didn't know the rules, they didn't know what the city is responsible for versus what the province essentially prescribes, and that we have to work with it. But what they did know is that they were being told that they would lose their homes, and they didn't know if they would be able to afford to remain in our community. Some of whom have kids at the local school, and this is a building, like many, if not all of our buildings in our city, where there's a community, there's a vertical community. These are people who have, many of whom have lived there for many, many years. And there's a social fabric and people who love each other and take care of each other. And I think there was a mourning process of understanding that this might be literally demolished. So the anger that these tenants felt, and I believe, you know, any tenants that are being dem-evicted, is completely understandable. And I must say, even earlier, like when, you know, I know that the word lie isn't the right word to use, but certainly the mistrust is understandable too. There isn't trust in government that, at any level really, that there's enough work being done to support these people in our city. And that's real, and it's a reflection. It wasn't just one person. I hear it overwhelmingly all over the place. So it's good that we hear it. And what Megan and the Tenants Association did early on is that they were very strategic. They just, like, they were not going to take this lying down. They started a serious campaign. And we were all targeted, including myself, and fair game. Like, seriously, because it was important that we all got what was going on and what the fears were and what the priorities were. And we needed to listen. So did I. And they were incredibly effective at ensuring that their voices were heard, that meetings took place that they wanted to have happen. But you know, that alone wasn't good enough. They also needed to have a receptive audience. And I want to acknowledge the team at Menkes, along with Adam Brown in particular, who, without exception, kept coming back to the table. Without exception, they said, we want to work with you. And as Adam Brown said earlier, there were a number of concessions and a number of compromises and a lot of goodwill gestures that contributed to, given the circumstances, a tenant package and a deal that the majority of tenants found fair and acceptable. And I just want to acknowledge that everyone had their roles and there was a power structure there, but ultimately I did feel like there were a group of human beings around a table many times, really trying to figure out something that could work, even if no one was perfectly happy with it. And I'm really, I'm proud of everyone who was involved, and it took a lot, and it was really difficult. But we arrived at a place where not only is there a package that the Tenants Association and I think the majority of tenants recognize is something that is fair, but our work isn't done, and I'm very proud to work with No Dem Evictions holistically to, as we did at Planning Committee recently, to really focus on even what does affordability mean when you are displaced. And there is more work that needs to be done at the city level to be able to have their backs, but just as importantly, we need a provincial government that doesn't just come into office and pull rent control on new units, the first thing they do, right? And doesn't actually support tenants in this province because it affects our city directly. All that needs to come together. I'll conclude by saying that whether this development was as of right, meaning they wouldn't need any approval, or what they're doing now, construction is always awful. And there's no way to avoid that. Construction is really difficult to go through. And that's why both for the tenants who, fortunately, because of this phased approach, will be able to remain on site for much of this journey, along with Eglinton Public School nearby, we need to work together to mitigate the impact. And it's not going to be perfect, but we're going to have to work together. And I'm definitely going to be there with you to do what we can to make sure that there isn't like some hotline that you're left with and you hope that somebody answers. But there is, in real-time conversations, working with Menkes and their site manager to do everything we can to support everyone's quality of life throughout the construction process. So this has been difficult. It's been uncomfortable, as it should have been, but I'm really proud of each of the individuals, both from the tenants and Menkes and Mr. Brown, along with my team, by the way, and I just want to thank Andrew and Sebastian, along with our planning staff and everyone really involved in our housing planning staff as well, who were there in good faith to really try to find the best way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So you want to move this item? You want to speak, Councillor?
Yep, I'm just going to speak and just congratulate Councillor Matlow and the tenants for being so strategic and using the one little tool that we have in the city. That would be our rental replacement bylaw, which is, and our construction management plan, which everybody has to live beside construction. And I certainly heard that little sound clip that we have, and it's unbelievable and unbearable. Many people are facing that in the city as so much development takes place. But I just want to have everybody remember the rental replacement bylaw, which was a 2002 bylaw in the city of Toronto that was challenged by the Ford government probably a few years ago. And I think, looking at Councillor Perks, I think Bill 29, when they tried to strip that out of the city of Toronto. It's still vulnerable, but there was a full court press by the city. I know I spoke there, many councillors spoke there to defend that, which says if there's more than 6 rental units in a redevelopment, that they need to be replaced. And there's a whole number of rules around that. And I'm looking at Kingset now because we had that on Cosburn with a development there. And the rental units there all have to be replaced in the new development. So there are very few tools that the city has under the provincially run planning regime that we have. That is one that we need to cherish. Developers don't like it. Ford didn't like it. They tried to take that away. And as Councillor Perks said, it's still vulnerable, or Councillor Matlow said. So just advising everybody that there might be a time when we actually have to work on that. And I know that No Dem Evictions Toronto will be part of that. I also want to say that there's not one time that we have to deal with these issues that tenants face, whether it's dem evictions, whether it's rent evictions, whether it's just development that is right beside rental housing. And I know that in the city right now, tenants feel like second-class citizens, that we don't have any rights, that developers do what they want. I really want to make sure that you understand that we are pushing the envelope in all the ways we can within a provincial planning framework that gives us very little tools. So once again, that rental replacement bylaw is the one thing that you have that saves any of your tendencies to come back and return into this building. And thank you. It looks like you didn't have a big fight with the developer to make that happen, probably a medium-sized one. But often we get very big fights around that. We do have a city department, and all they do is make sure that more than 6 units, they are there, that is required to replace. And nobody likes to move, nobody likes construction, but your right to return is one that the city put in place over 20 years ago, and we've been defending it ever since. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Fletcher. Any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none? Let's vote on motion 1. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Second motion. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The second item is item 14.48. Sorry, yes.
Just before you go on, one of the deputants at 14.5 has asked if they can depute and go. It's the Basilian Fathers, and they have other events, if it's possible to allow them to depute. The applicant is still waiting to hear from their client, but if we could take the deputation, allow them to go, I'd appreciate it. 14.5.
Okay, great. Do you also have your amendment ready?
The applicant's not ready.
Okay. Item number 14.5, 245 to 247 Davenport Road, zoning bylaw amendment application. Morgan Rice, are you here? Okay, you have 3 minutes to depute before Community Council. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide my comments to the committee for consideration on this matter. My name is Father Morgan Rice. I am the pastor at St. Basil's Catholic Church located on St. Joseph Street in Ward 11. I am also on the Leadership Council of the Basilian Fathers, who own and reside at 16 Bernard Avenue, immediately adjacent to the development site located at 245-247 Davenport Road, which is also just a block away from our curial office. The Basilian Fathers have been active in this community since 1852, when they were invited to develop, administer, and teach at St. Michael's College. We have served this area of Toronto through educational and parish ministry for over 170 years. My comments this morning will be focused on 2 areas. Firstly, the process and the lack of community consultation on this project, and secondly, on the specific elements of the project that we, as the immediate neighbor, and many of the neighbors on our block, are requesting council to consider. On the first point, this is a very significant change to our historic community. There has been a serious lack of community consultation and outreach to the public. We first learned of this development application on April 17th, 2024, when a letter directly from the developer invited us to review and discuss the developer's proposal. We did not receive a formal notification from the city advising us of the community meeting to be held on May 8th, 2024. Though some of our neighbors received formal notification by mail, it seems to have been received with short notice. This resulted in a turnout of only 11 members of the community at the meeting, though at least 25 neighbors on the block have expressed concerns. The Basilian Fathers have met with and engaged the developer on numerous occasions. While the developer has made some minor adjustments to the building, our primary issues have not been resolved. This application should be referred back to staff for additional public engagement. The second matter concerns the specifics of the application that we find very troubling. The 16-story total height is not in keeping with the neighborhood context of the previous ceiling of 8-story mid-rise heights on the south side of Davenport Road. The height of the building should be reduced to reflect the prevailing build form along Davenport. The south property line setbacks are not reasonable or supportable. A 0.7-meter setback to the podium from our rear property line will seriously impact the residents on Bernard Avenue. We are further concerned that the underground garage will be built right to the lot line. The building should be shifted forward on the site by 80 centimeters to make the rear setback 1.5 meters. The developer has more recently offered to set back the 3rd story by an additional 2.2 2.2 meters, giving a total setback of 2.9 meters to the first level of residential units. While we appreciate this gesture, it does not provide any relief at the ground floor podium level. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Rice. Right on time. Thank you. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Your item's not ready, so we'll go to item 14.8, 239. Sorry. There's only one speaker. Morgan Dundas, are you here? Okay. You have 3 minutes to depute.
Yeah. Can everybody hear me? All good. I'm joined by Barry Brooks. To my right, my name is Morgan Dundas with Sejeki Planning. We've worked, I would say, hand in hand with community planning and with the area residents on this application. We had a total of 5 pre-application meetings with planning staff to make various amendments and revisions to our built form and to our application in general. We also want to mention we've reviewed the staff report dated May 29th, 2024, and we're in agreement with staff's recommendation for approval. And we just want to also take the time to thank staff that have worked with us on this application, which include and not limited to David Dreger, Chris Pereira, Kevin Lee, as well as Karina Pryor, who I realize is on leave at the moment, but wanted to thank her efforts for working with us on this application. And there are a number of revisions that we've made to the built form of this building in response to comments from both community planning and from the residents. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. Any questions for Deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Sorry.
Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
Questions?
And also you've had some discussions with me about some environmental commitments related to this building, which you've committed to, which will be in my motion.
Yeah, we have, and we've submitted that commitment letter. That's come from our clients directly.
Right.
And they sent that over to you. I think it was revised, so hopefully you're satisfied with it.
All right, thank you. So I think we actually are ready with this one. If Catherine has the motion. Thank you very much, everyone, for their help. So yes, I'm ready to go when.
Okay,
when
so
you're
we'll
ready.
put the motion on the screen.
Right. Okay, I have a motion. So this is another step on the development of the DuPont and Davenport area, which is in the throes of transition from a mixed commercial and industrial area to a residential area. It's an area of very rapid change, and it's an area where we are successfully accommodating a large number of new people in an area that frankly used to have some employment, but not a lot of people in it. This particular site, I mean, again, we're in the same story that we've heard many times at this table, where old height expectations are changing as we're trying to accommodate many more people so that we don't pave as much of our farmland and wetlands and woodlands. And so here we have, with the pressure from the province and the major transit station areas, a lot more development happening in areas where traditionally there wasn't so much development. But on this very strip of Davenport, we have other high-rise developments. We've got some under construction right now. We have another one half a block away at the corner of Bedford. And so this is going to fit in what the new community is becoming. We also have an extraordinary amount of intensification occurring on Avenue Road and on Yonge Street. In fact, a map of the development applications in the center of my ward is almost all development applications. So this is fitting into what the neighborhood is becoming, but it's a big change for the people who are there now. One of the things that I was asked to look at was whether we could move the new building further away from the Basilian Fathers into the street, but we need the space on the street. We need the space on the street. We need wider sidewalks because there's more and more pedestrian traffic. We need space for safe passage for bikes, and we need safe passage for vehicles, including the buses, the fire trucks, the very long ladder trucks, the garbage trucks, and so there just isn't any room in the street to give up more public space to allow a little more space here. I have encouraged the applicants to work with the Basilian Fathers. I would encourage you to keep doing that between now and council, as we still have some time to make adjustments, particularly to provide a better visual screening, because it's a big difference. It's an enormous difference from having a low-rise building behind you to having a high-rise building behind you. And we all know that changes your quality of life quite dramatically. So I am asking the applicant to spend more time with the Basilian Fathers and to make what accommodations they can in terms of a visual barrier. We did make arrangements to get a sound barrier because the proponent had proposed to have an open garbage loading area facing directly at the residents to the south. That would have been extremely unpleasant, and it was completely unnecessary. So the applicant has agreed to close that in. One of the consequences of closing it in is the wall is now closer to the southern property boundary. So there's, it is an improvement in terms of noise. It's not an improvement in terms of encroachment. So I'm asking you to do what you can to improve the visual screening there for the people living to the south. Other than that, thank you, staff. There's been an awful lot of effort on this, and my motion is my usual green motions to try to make these buildings less destructive as we go forward into the new climate economy.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed, carried. As amended, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Next item is 14.8, 239 to 255 Dundas Street East, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, a rental housing demolition application. We have one speaker on this item. Adam Brown. Three minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of council. Mr. Chairman, this is in your area, so I don't believe I would be making a presentation unless you wanted me to. We support the staff recommendations, but a big thank you to Abraham Plunkett-Latimer, Alex Teixeira and Oren, Ran Chen in urban design, Andrew in housing, and Neil and Michael in heritage. Everyone worked hard to bring this forward, and happy with the recommendations in the report. And unless you need a presentation, those are my submissions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. I'm going to move staff's recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Item T 14.9, 561 Jarvis Street and 102 to 120 Earl Place, rental housing demolition application. We do have speakers on this item, I believe. Richard Smith, are you here? You have 3 minutes to depute before committee council.
My name is Richard Smith, and I want to thank the chair and the committee members for the opportunity to speak today on the demolition of 561 Jarvis. I'm a dancer. Today, when I see posters of The Lion King around the city, I want you to know that I performed in the first production of The Lion King and many other shows. I was a dancer and I made a contribution to this city. Toronto is made up of more than just business and money. It is made up of people. And I made an artistic contribution to the city, but now I'm retired. Now that I'm retired, the demolition of 561 is going to drive me out of my home. When I moved to 561, I was at the lowest point in my life. I had experienced severe trauma. I lost my partner of 6 years. He just died. And I had to sleep on the floor of my sister's house. But I found a place at 561 and they gave me hope. And I found a home. I made friends and other tenants that were a community for me. This demolition is going to destroy that community. And destroy a part of this city. And here's a book of Toronto that I picked up, of Jarvis Street. I embrace change. Change is good, and change can be bad. This eviction does not represent good change. I'm on ODSP, and Casey House is right beside me, and I rely on Casey House for food and for emotional support, and I care for other people in my building as a caregiver, and I'm retired. how am I supposed to find another place to live when I suffer with neuropathy? I have very sensitive, as a dancer, I can't even move, I'm crippled. I don't think I can survive 2 more moves in my lifetime. And I'm begging the city to just please consider this. I was born and raised here. I grew up in the city. I was born at Grace Hospital, a church in Bloor. I don't know where else to turn. I'm a proud Canadian. I'm proud to be part of this city, and I'm a teacher and a professor, and I've contributed. There's too many people that are suffering with mental health, and I think that the mental health should be part of the planning in this city, and we can all work together and do the right thing and make this city what it should be. A place that we can call our home. I'm HIV, and I can openly say that now because of the stigma that revolves around someone like me, a performer. And I've tried my best to do the best and just represent the city. And it's hard to ask for help. I can't turn to anybody, I can't turn to my family, and I can't even turn to my friends. Honestly, I need help. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for coming in today. Any questions? Thank you. Delia Rosier?
Do I have to press the button?
You have
Everything's
3
set.
minutes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to the chair and committee. My name is Delilah Rosier. I've been a resident of 561 Jarvis since 2011 and am a lifelong Torontonian. Today I speak in opposition to Originate Development's proposal of a 58-story tower with 31 replacement units, 0 new units dedicated to affordable housing, and no new rental units in a neighborhood that is in desperate need. After writing to our city councilor to ask for action on the alarming rate of demoviction and gentrification in our community, I was told that it was not likely that our councilor will agree to defer these items today. Therefore, in an attempt at pragmatism, I will be speaking to my concerns with the replacement units and the treatment of tenants by the developers. Since day one, a number of events have disrupted the trust between residents of 561 Jarvis and developers. For example, acting in bad faith by contacting only a small selection of tenants to relay a false date of eviction and attempting to convince them to sign an N11 before a tenant meeting was scheduled and before any information regarding the relocation process and tenants' rights were provided. When the Tenants Association of 561 Jarvis requested that replacement units contain bathtubs, a feature that all units currently have, we were told that they would take this under advisement. While this may seem like an insignificant detail, bathtubs are an invaluable source of relief for those who suffer from chronic pain, anxiety, and stress. Many of our neighbors rely on bathtubs to ease their pain, and a tiny shower will not suit their needs, nor would we have chosen units without bathtubs to live in. This is just one of the ways in which the quality of our lives will be diminished in the new tower. I ask that council work with us to ensure that bathtubs are included in our new units. Returning residents are also proposed to be segregated and stigmatized on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the tower in an attempt to reflect the typology of the current building. and to adhere to city's practices. While we appreciate the efforts to reflect the typology, living on the top floor of a 3-story building is not comparable when 50+ stories stand above, severely impacting the quality of light and life. When requesting additional compensation to assist with hardships faced in relocation, our tenants association was told that the rent gap payment had been updated and that should suffice. And while this has been updated, this is solely to reflect the realistic market rent available and does not cover the hardships faced in forced disposition and relocation. The developer's intention to uproot tenants from the homes and communities that we have worked hard to create has already caused a great amount of physical and emotional stress. Additional compensation beyond the city's rental policies is necessary to ensure that tenants are able to relocate with dignity and to offset the mental, physical, and emotional pain caused by this forceful displacement. We are not in support of the recommendations until further compensation for tenants facing eviction is secured. As citizens, residents, and tenants of Toronto, we deserve better than the city's rental replacement policy. Thank you for your time.
Okay, any questions for deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Ruby Bush, are you here? You have 3 minutes to depute before committee council.
Hi there, I'm not sure where to look, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Hi there, I used to be, my name is Ruby Bush, and I used to be the superintendent of 561 Jarvis for 20 years. And then my partner Sean took over because I was waiting for a knee replacement. And I'd like to mention at this time, the tenants, like Delilah, getting choked up here, and everyone that vacuumed and took out garbage when I was your ailing tenant, Myron, Richard, you know, all of you, great, 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 great. So, Originate came to me, right? They came to me and I said, please don't throw us out. We've been here 25 years, member of the community in the building as well. Richard, I mean, we all take care of each other in there, you know, our own little place. And so Rebecca Hodge, Adam Sheffer, they said, okay, we're not going to throw you out. Here's what we're going to do. It will be easier for your tenants to transition if you're at the helm of this while we're buying them out. So I keep looking at Sean. So Sean will be a property manager, you be the super, whichever you decide, and we will pay you 2 years rent because we've displaced you plus moving expenses. You know, you can't fight development. And so as much as we don't want to go, you celebrate because at least I can help my, not tenants, my friends move. Nobody wants to move. And we get jobs out of it. It's time to move a lot, right? We're thrilled. But then things start to happen, such as, you know, Sean's rearranging his schedule to help water testers come in and people like this. And this is on our time and it's really just out of courtesy. And Rebecca showed us an apartment and we were less than, you know, and Rebecca said, I'm going to ask Adam if you can live everywhere up and, you know, in the allotted money. Sure. So Rebecca was going on vacation, and this is really important. Rebecca's going on vacation. She's supposed to leave a key for Originate people in a lockbox. We told Rebecca, it's so dodgy in our neighborhood. Now, just let us know, we'll put the key in, right? This man shows up, he wants a key. I don't know him, I'm also not the super. Lots of screaming, lots of abuse, to the point of where several of my tenants offered to call the police. First time in 25 years, I called my partner, I said, I'm terrified, can you come home? That was Tom Comer, Adam Sheffer's, I don't know if, because I'm gonna be so distracted, contractor. So, I mean, and all he needed to do, all this gentleman needed to do is listen to me for 5 minutes. I'm not the super, I can't give out a key, but I can certainly get you one like that because-
You're at time, sorry.
It's my time? That's my time?
3 minutes, yes.
Well, that's not even half the story. Oh my God.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
how do I redo this then?
You could submit a written submission if you like.
Well, anyway, you know where this was all going. Thank you. And we're all being picked out, so.
Myron McShane, are you here? You have 3 minutes to depute.
My name is Myron McShane, and I want to thank the chair and committee members for the opportunity to speak today about the demolition of 561 Jarvis. I've lived at 561 Jarvis for the past 8 years, in large part due to Ruby. I'm here to urge you to take inspiration from what city councillors have done in the past for tenants, such as the rental replacement rules that Councillor Fletcher spoke about. And so you can help make the eviction process fairer and clearer for tenants today and in the future. Back then, councillors found a way, despite the pressures under Mike Harris, and I would hope you will be able to do the same given the pressures of Premier Ford. And I'll be asking you to find a way to improve on those rental policies. And to a certain extent, you already have improved on those policies, and I want to acknowledge the recent efforts that councillors and city staff have made, such as the increase in rent gap payments. But as many others have said before me today, more can be done. And I would also like to thank the efforts of No Dem Eviction for urging the city to do that. I had plenty to say on the Ontario Land Tribunal. I don't have the time to say it. But what I would like to say is I would urge you to be proactive in finding solutions for tenants who will be evicted ahead of time. So while I am very grateful to Councillor Moyes' staff for suggesting feedback and genuinely grateful for that, I also want to urge you to be proactive. There is a bit of reverse onus going on here, right? You are the councillors. I know that you're very busy, but you've also signed up for this. So I would urge you to be proactive. How? First, I urge you to rethink the community consultation process to focus on the voices of displaced tenants. In our case, property owners were allowed to monopolize the discussion to talk about such pressing problems as construction causing too much shade on their luxury homes. So if staff have difficulty in managing a consultation, please ensure they have the training to do so, because it's not working. Second, I urge you to rethink the tenant consultation process. There are too many unanswered questions. Are we, when we return to the new buildings, guaranteed similar rent in perpetuity or for 10 years? City staff have said rent control is in perpetuity, but we haven't seen the proof. So that question would be very important to answer today. Third, we need to find a solution to developers such as Originate that refuse to engage with tenant demands. And I urge you to create a tenant advocacy unit for the City of Toronto. I understand Section 111 of the COTA, but I would say take away your fear and move towards a tenant advocacy well-staffed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputy? Okay, no questions, thank you. This is my item. I actually have some written comments for another item on the agenda, item 14.10, but I'm actually going to read my comments for that item, and I think it's relevant here today. So rental evictions are a very emotional topic. We tell our residents that face eviction that they're going to get tens of thousands of dollars in compensation and the right to return to modern rent control units. And we as a city do this work knowing it is not perfect, but our best effort is not effort in the moment. If we don't do this work, we know you will get a mere 4 months rent and a handshake from the province. If you are a resident who is being evicted, it is a terrible feeling. You're likely losing your neighborhood and local support network, your favorite takeout restaurant, the playground your child learned to walk in, the next door neighbor that supported you through a global pandemic, and whom you now call a close friend. The city cannot put a dollar value on that. You're not just losing your home, you're losing something even more priceless, community. It brings me absolutely no pleasure to see so many lose their community. It can bring out passion and anger that has led to some very personal attacks. I have had events of mine protested. I've been accused of accepting illegal payments from developers. The reason I vote for these rental demolition applications, I've been told, is to line up my own pockets from real estate investments. It is sadly easier to believe that a city councilor is acting corruptly than it is to believe that the system itself is broken. Let us count some of the ways the system is broken. The Provincial Planning Act allows anyone to make an application for anything on any site that they own in Toronto. It also confers final authority on planning applications not to City Council, but to quasi-judicial court known as the Ontario Land Tribunal. The Provincial Residential Tenancies Act provides the barest compensation for someone who is evicted and exempts new buildings from rent control. The Provincial City of Toronto Act, which is the city uses to secure replacement rental units and rental and tenant compensation, contains a new clause that allows the province to step in and make regulations. This provincial ability, if used, could ruin the city's ability to provide the tenant relocation and assistance plan we are securing here today as council, a community council. It is a threat from the province to City Council to tread carefully, lest developers find it unprofitable to develop affordable rental units into new condominium buildings. This is all a reminder that the city is beholden to the whims of the provincial government, a lesson I know all too well. In 2018, I personally took the province to court to protest their actions in interfering in the active municipal election that imposed a 25-ward structure against the wishes of the city, which wanted a 47-ward structure. I did not lose that court fight because the 47-ward structure was indefensible. I did not lose because the province had moral, civic, or financial arguments about 25 wards versus 47. I lost because over 150 years ago, municipalities were made creatures of their province under the British North American Act in 1867. I and my colleagues on City Council do our best to fight for tenants. We cannot pretend, however, that we have control over the system we operate in. I and my colleagues have heard your frustrations and anger at the current system. At our April City Council meeting, we approved a change to new tenants, relocation, and assistance plans that will provide better compensation. This includes tenants who live in the buildings that are subject to rental demolition applications that are before us today. And we continue to ask staff to review the compensation provided because while it is good, much, much better than what the province believed you can owed for losing your home. It is not perfect. The city continues to struggle with the correct data to properly capture what that rent gap payment should be, to make sure that the compensation provided truly allows you to stay in your community. But for the applications before us today, we are compelled to make a decision. If we don't, if we refuse to accept the system we operate in and go to court on moral ground, we will lose. And we may lose much more than some additional compensation for 135 Isabella or 561 Jarvis Street tenants or any other apartment building. We may lose our ability as a city to provide a nickel of additional compensation or replacement unit to eviction tenants. It is under that weight that we are making these recommendations to City Council today. We know that displacing hundreds of tenants into a tight rental market is not a good outcome of this process. We are here making the best decision that the province allows us to make. And with that, on this item, I will have to move staff's recommendation on this item. So all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And the next item is item 14.10, 135 Isabella Street, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application. The first speaker is Arido Tosinat. Are you here?
We just need a minute to set up our visual presentation.
No worries.
Is it available on the screens? Great, thank you. Okay, so good morning. My name is Natalie Aire Dutuzignan. I live at 135 Isabella Street, and I am a member of our Tenants Association as well as the No Dem Evictions Coalition. I already know that city staff have recommended that you approve the rezoning and application of my building, and I seriously doubt that in 3 minutes I can change anybody's mind to save our community and our homes. So instead, I'm going to focus on explaining the current problems with the standardized tenant relocation assistance plan that is being applied to my building and others here today. The following speakers will follow this presentation. We recognize city staff's decision to standardize TRAP as a way to, one, streamline the process, and two, provide more transparency to developers and tenants. We understand the reason for standardizing, and we are not here to oppose it. But what we would like to talk about is some of the issues that are baked into the standards and what the solutions could be. When it comes to calculating the rent gap payments, the way the City of Toronto defines rent includes the price for main utilities, including heating, water, hydro. And unfortunately, when you search on rentals.ca, it shows that only 12% of listed rental units include hydro in the rent. So the definition of rent, according to the city, does not reflect current market conditions. This causes something referred to as a hydro clawback in the rent gap payment calculation. So here is, so as you can see here, these are the amounts. The presentation was shared with you, and we're going to be using the smallest amount for our presentation. So we have a hypothetical tenant. Her name is Mary. She pays $1,500 a month for a one-bedroom. Hydro is not included. She pays about $50 a month, and she's going to be displaced. A new bedroom unit that is similar, according to CMHC data being used, is $2,500 a month. So you would expect her rent gap payment to be $2,500 minus $1,500, which is $1,000, over 36 months period, which is $36,000. The actual rent gap payment is calculated $2,500 minus her current rent plus the hydro clawback, which is $956, and over 36 months, that's $34,416. That $44 a month as a hydro clawback is a loss of $1,584 over the initial 36-month period of displacement. Because the current market shows that 88% of available units do not include hydro, Mary will most likely have to pay for hydro in the new unit separately. So she will unknowingly end up spending her $44 hydro clawback loss plus her actual $50 hydro bill, which is a $94 a month hydro expense. On the flip side, if a tenant has hydro included in their rent, it is most likely that hydro will not be included in the rent of the new unit. This means that the tenant will be paying for hydro as an additional expense out of pocket. The proposed solution is that the calculated rent is based on the actual rent that the tenant is paying minus additional fees for parking and storage, thus eliminating the hydro clawback, and for tenants who have hydro included in their rent have additional compensation to pay for hydro during the displacement period.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you. So Choi, you have 3 minutes.
You good with this? I think so. Okay. Hello, I'm Miso Choi of No Dem Evictions, and I will be continuing this presentation for 135 Isabella. Rent cap payments do not include the compounded provincial guideline increases. This means that every year that the tenant is displaced, the tenant will have to pay for the increased rent of average market rent out of pocket. We have an example, which is provided in the written deputation that was already submitted. Essentially, if we're using our hypothetical tenant Mary, she's going to have to pay $907.56 over 3 years, and that's only if the construction lasts 3 years, which, as many of us know, construction is often longer. So our proposed solution is that we propose that the difference of the compounded provincial guideline rent increases be included in the rent gap payments. If this solution is too complicated, then we recommend that tenants return to the replacement unit at the same rent as when they were evicted. Tenants should not be responsible for paying average market rent increases and also pay rental increases in the replacement unit. Mary's expenses so far are $2,491.56 out of pocket, and those are just the two costs, and this is for being evicted through no fault of her own. And again, those are only two costs. As many of you actually may not know, there's a lot more costs associated with being evicted. Continuing with the financial burden placed on tenants, the 3-month rent as determined by the RTA is meant to cover the first and last month's rent deposit to acquire a temporary unit. However, for most long-term tenants, this isn't enough. If we continue with Mary, Mary is paying $1,500 a month for a 1-bedroom unit. 3 months of rent is $4,500. A new 1-bedroom unit in a similar building is $2,500 per month or a $5,000 deposit. Therefore, Mary will have to pay $500 out of pocket to cover her deposit for a temporary unit. At 135 Isabella, there is a retired fixed income tenant who pays $1,250 rent. With the current 3-month RTA, she will receive $3,750 and will have to therefore pay $1,250 out of pocket, which is a full month's rent to have a deposit for a similar unit. We propose that an initial compensation of 2 months average market rent be added to TRAP to cover the first and last month's rent deposit for their temporary unit. This compensation should be delivered along with the N13 eviction notice, so the funds are immediately available to the tenant while they search for an apartment. So if we add the hydro clawback numbers, Mary has now paid nearly $3,000 out of pocket for being forcefully evicted.
Thank you. Any questions for deputants? Seeing none, thank you.
I'm just going to stay up here to be the slide person, if that's okay.
That's fine. Megan Key.
Thanks.
You have 3 minutes, go ahead.
My name is Megan for No Dem Evictions, and I'll be continuing this presentation for 135 Isabella. When it comes to the process of tenants selecting a replacement unit to return to, there is a minor issue that has a simple solution. The selection of replacement units is done by seniority and type of unit. However, the type of unit doesn't consider the size of the unit or modifications for accessibility. At 135 Isabella, there are large and small 1- and 2-bedroom units. The size difference between the large and small is quite significant. However, according to the current selection process, they are treated as the same. In our example, Daniel has seniority over Mary in the 1-bedroom selection list. Even though he originally had a smaller unit, he can select a larger unit, forcing Mary to downsize to a smaller unit through no fault of her own. This issue has been flagged to the city planner. She replied, quote, "There are examples of separate seniority lists for large and small sizes of the same unit for applications where there are a wide range of existing unit sizes, and this is determined on a file-by-file basis. At this point, we have not determined if 135 Isabella Street will have separate seniority lists for large and small units. However, I have flagged this concern and will take this into consideration when the agreement is being drafted." What we ask today is that separate seniority lists be standardized in TRAP instead of determined on a case-by-case basis, and that a comparable size means a minimum of the same size and square footage to the previous unit. Additionally, units modified for accessibility reasons should be prioritized to tenants with accessibility issues. Now, on post-application tenants. The tenants of 135 Isabella had 3 meetings with the city and Kingset Capital over the last year, but tenants have been given no approximate timeline for when they can expect to be served eviction notices. The only answer they received was in April 2023, when a representative from Kingset Capital said tenants will not be affected anywhere between 2 to 8 years. 8 years is a long time to wait, and there are many post-application tenants who have and will move in. While speaking to post-application tenants, the most common answer we have heard with regard to the addendum they signed, waiving their rights to compensation, was number 1, I don't know what it said, but I had to sign it. The building is getting demolished. And number 2, I was made to think that I had to sign it or I wouldn't get the apartment. It can be argued that everyone should read and understand what they are signing. However, when speaking to post-application tenants at 135 Isabella, it is a signature that is required to secure an apartment when signing a lease. These signatures should be seen as invalid as they were done under false pretense or under duress. Asking a tenant to choose between waiving their rights or securing housing is not fair. Post-application tenants should have the same rights as eligible tenants. If this isn't possible, city staff have suggested in February 2024 that if they could look at an indexation to compensate tenants based on the length of their tenancy, starting at the 2-year mark of their lease. Otherwise, nothing will stop the developer from waiting or pushing out eligible tenants so that there are less and less tenants to compensate come eviction time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for deputants? Seeing none. Jeff Hayworth.
Hello, Council. My name is Jeff. I'll be finishing off the presentation today. Often when we think of welfare programs and social support, we think of them benefiting the lower income. The truth is, the wealthy benefit far more from social programs and welfare than the lower class do. Let us look at an example. If the hydro clawbacks are such a problem, then low-income tenants can sign up for the Ontario Electricity Support Program to help ease the financial burden. But why should money from the government be used to help tenants instead of forcing developers to pay their fair compensation? If we will look at it on a larger scale, the OESP provides a $45 credit to eligible applicants, which covers the smallest hydro clawback. If we were to apply the OESP to all 600 affected tenants living in the Isabella Upper Jarvis area, some buildings voted on today, that's $27,000 a month, or $324,000 a year, or $972,000 over the 36-month period. That's just shy of $1 million for one neighborhood. Financial burdens should not fall on social programs or tenants when multi-million, sometimes multi-billion-dollar private companies are responsible for displacing the community. Other social programs include housing subsidies like rent bank, long-term care, shelter systems, healthcare for vulnerable people, food banks, and many more. When you add all of these together, it quickly escalates to the tens of millions of dollars the government is subsidizing because of the lack of fair compensation developers are offering to tenants. And on top of that, the federal, provincial, and municipal government have all either given subsidies or tax breaks to developers to incentivize development. That loss of tax and government income could instead be used by various levels of government to build nonprofit affordable housing. Again, why are the government's social programs and tenants subsidizing projects that will give developers huge profits? Here's our proposed solution. We propose to have the developers pay the full cost of displacing tenants. There are many more issues that need to be addressed in the tenant relocation and assistance plan, but that's the main one. We have pointed out only a handful today. They were all included in the list of additional asks the Tenant Association of 135 Isabella sent to the city planner. City staff have replied saying, quote, that the language in the Section 111 agreements is standardized for all rental housing applications across the entire city to ensure transparency and equity for all tenants. The city is undertaking a review of our rental replacement policy and implementation practices this year and will be conducting focus group engagement with tenant advocacy groups, unquote. This tells us that there is currently no plan for city staff to negotiate with developers on a case-by-case basis considering the specific needs of the tenants. But most importantly, that all of the issues pointed out today and many more will apply to every building. Since city staff have explained that there will be a review of the TRAP, we request again that no Section 111 agreements be drafted, formalized, or signed until improvements have been made to improve the standard. Again, we request that no dem evictions be one of the tenant advocacy groups they consult with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for deputants? Seeing none. Cynthia McDougall.
Good morning. Cynthia McDougall here on behalf of Kingset Capital, the applicant. I'd like to thank staff for working with KingSett Capital as well as the tenants to create the positive report here that recommends the 69-story building. I know we're focused on the rental, but I'd like to just point out that the staff indicate that the proposed building fits with both the planned and existing context of the community. And I know it's always difficult to remove rental units and replace them. However, what's worse is, in fact, if there's no change. And in this case, the unit sizes are, in fact, 98% of the same size of the existing units. With respect to some of the comments of the tenants, the way that seniority is determined, as staff have indicated they'll look at, from KingSett's perspective, if staff would like seniority based on certain types of units versus another type, that's fine. It's up for the city to determine, because we're following those city rules with respect to the replacement units and how they're allocated to the existing city tenants. I would note on the rent gap payment, typically, in my experience in the city, practicing in this area for over 30 years, the city has not retroactively applied policies. It has taken the date that you make your application and said the policy framework applies moving forward, and that's generally fairness. In this case, the city modified its rent gap payment to reflect the payments that need to be made, need to be higher, because in certain areas of the city, Scarborough versus East York versus downtown Toronto, rents are different. So despite the fact over the last couple of decades, the development community has said, when I do replacement and provide for units, I'd like to reflect that rents are lower or higher depending on where I am. The city said no. But with respect to the rent gap payment, there's been a policy change, and it said we're going to look at the wards around the area where the rents are going to, where the rent cap is going to be calculated, because we think, for example, in the downtown area, rents are higher, so therefore it'd be better to look at those rents to provide an increased rent gap payment. KingSett Capital has accepted that policy change so that the rent gap payment is in fact going to be much higher than the policy framework in place at the time they made their application. One of the representatives, and I note that most of the people that were speaking aren't actually tenants on our rent roll, but one of the people indicated that they wanted there to be increases to the rent cap payment based on provincial guidelines. I note, as reflected in the staff report, it actually indicates that the rent gap payment will be indexed. So it has been taken account. So in summary, I'd like to thank city staff, Oren Tamir, Carl Geiger, Kate Flanagan, James Parak, for moving through this process.
Okay.
And thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Peter Juror, are you here? You have 3 minutes to appear before the committee.
Hello, my name is Peter Dewar, and I'm talking about the housing on Isabella. Given the short minutes of time, I'm truncating my remarks, so I'll get right to it. My first point is that it is imperative that renters who plan to return to new buildings to be supplied with sufficient rent gap payments that meet the rental market as it stands today in downtown Toronto. Moving to apartments nowadays costs $2,000, $3,000 or more than renters are paying. The developers will make millions, if not tens of millions of dollars profit from the new builds and could well afford to provide rent gap amounts commensurate with the huge increases individuals and families will have to pay to secure a roof over their heads. Lowballing the funds is unkind and unnecessary. Regarding my second point, which is ensuring the same space in the units as the renters had in their old ones, is important to clarify the conditions surrounding that. There's been an awful lot of chatter over the descriptions around new units, saying that they will be similar to the previous apartments. Similar can be a remarkably slippery concept, whereby you could say a 400-foot square apartment with a sliding door to grade bedroom is equivalent to an 800-foot square unit with separate walled rooms. Please let me be clear, it is not the case at all, and tenants do not merit, nor should they accept such drastic reductions in their living spaces. My final point revolves around the vastly reduced number of parking spaces proposed in the development plans. While it is true many Torontonians meet all their transit needs by using TTC, and a growing proportion use self-propelled, shall we say, bikes, scooters, skateboards, etc. to travel, many citizens are obliged to purchase and maintain cars. Independent entrepreneurs and self-employed persons often have to travel from one end of the city to other for meetings, consultations, and so on. Other individuals need to travel much further afield to outside the GTA, to Halton, London, Kitchener-Waterloo, or even other provinces or states for their employment or businesses. Having a parking space is not a frill or extravagance, but a financial necessity in many situations. Another item which I think is very important is that the clustering of so many developments will destroy neighborhoods and completely eliminate the tree canopy. By cutting down all the trees on many, many streets and replacing them with saplings will not solve the city's ambitious goals for climate change. I have other comments to make, but time is running short, so I would just like to sum up saying that the council must consider proper rent pay payments, the maintenance of the same dimensions between old apartments and their replacements, and increased numbers of parking spaces for all new housing constructions as non-negotiable conditions in all of their housing proposals. Torontonians expect and deserve no less. Many thanks for your attention to my remarks this morning.
Thank you. Any questions for deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Rebecca Jimmy? Jaime? Yeah, 3 minutes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and you got it. I'm Rebecca Jimmy. I'm being dumb evicted from 145 St. George, and I'm a part of No Dumb Evictions. And I've deputed today. I've deputed before, and I continue to sound the alarm on the dangerous acceleration of applications for demolishing rental housing, and so that's why I need to be here for 135 Isabella today. I do not live on Isabella Street. I'm just deeply concerned about the multiple applications on the street that have been approved and are pending. I'm very worried about the domino effect there. I'm very worried about, as we've seen here today, especially in this neighborhood, in the Church Wellesley Village, which should be a good model where we highlight the benefits of close-knit community and supportive social services nearby. I need you to consider this application not on its own, but with the other approved and pending applications in the same street. There's an accumulation of negative consequences happening, and I took a day off work for my 3 minutes so I can just say that one more time, because I think that that is an important piece that's really happening here with the dumb evictions. I always refer to the City of Toronto's Open Data Hub. You know, you have a list. I have a list here, and it shows how it begins in 2017. There were about 10 buildings with 300 units a year. So we have that. By last year, it was 5 times that amount. So these are all the buildings that have been approved for demolition since 2017. That's 5,000 rental homes, and the acceleration is real. These last 2 years, these 2 little pieces, equal the previous 6 years of units. There's a real acceleration, and it's a real concern around math and where we're going to put people. There are not that many new homes for people to move into. We cannot do human Tetris at this point. One of my main concerns is also the downtown core is being affected. So out of the last 2 years, since the election, and the TEYCC sitting right here, you've actually, I know under threat, but still, you've approved 70% of the city's dumb evictions. And 70% of those were in Ward 13. So I'm asking you today, that's 1,000, I think 1,300 homes. I'm asking you, these people are all gonna receive eviction notices around the same time, and there isn't 1,300 new homes for them to move into. So start here, start today, reject this application, work within Ward 13 to develop responsibly, review rental demolition applications altogether, protect the tenants, maintain existing housing while we can, and please, I'm asking you for a moratorium on dumb evictions. Thank you.
Any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you. Patricia Johnson.
Yeah, excuse me, I'm not as fast as I used to be.
Take your time.
My name is Patricia Johnston, and I be representing 135 Isabella, although I live at 145 St. George Street, and we are all in the same boat. We're being dem-evicted. I've been asking this question for as long as I can remember. Right at this time next year, or even earlier, there will be approximately 10 to 11,000 people who will be losing their homes. There's only a vacancy rate of 3,000. Where are you going to put the rest of these tenants that are losing their homes? Every day I listen to seniors in my building and other seniors because I deal with them, and they're frightened. Some of them have applied to MAID because they don't want to be out in the street. And this is something that we have to address sooner than later because it's going to happen. We are going to have these people looking for places to go to. And it's a crisis. And I don't understand why something hasn't been done now, because you're going to come up against it really quickly. A lot of us are seniors. I'm a senior. There's at least 4,000 seniors in this city, if not more, people who are handicapped. And their comment is, I don't want to live in a box out in the street. Mount Sinai and Toronto General are saying they're starting a program that seniors can live in place. How can you do that when you can't even find a place to live? All I'm asking is to do something now before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in today. Any questions? No, thank you. Michael Whitehead, I think you're online. No, he's not there? Okay. Cynthia McDougall?
It's duplicate, it was on there twice. She's sort of in there.
Oh, okay. All right, that's the end of the list. What? Does anybody else like to speak on this item? Saying no one. Again, I spoke earlier about. Councilor Sachs, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to all the deputants, we hear what you say. We know how devastating this is. We tried to explain over and over again, we can't stop it. We do not have the power to stop it. And we can, if we turn things down here, the most likely result is the building gets built anyway, and the tenants get fewer protections and benefits. So it's not that we don't care, it's that our hands are tied by Doug Ford and his rules. And we've tried to explain this over and over again. I know you've heard us. I know you want to believe that there's something else we can do. There's nothing else we can do. We don't know of anything else we can do that won't make things worse. And so we hear you. We understand the misery and the disruption and the fear, which is all real. And we're doing the best we can. That's all I wanted to say.
What else? No. Yes, I want to just echo what Councilor Sachs just said. You know, it's heartbreaking. I wish we could do more. We have done a lot within the context of what we can do as a city. I know I work very closely with Councilor Matlow at the last Planning and Housing Committee to make some adjustments to the rent gap and payment to CC. I'm a little off today, sorry. Just recovering from the flu. But we have done all we can as a city to really try and help the residents of Toronto, especially those in Toronto Centre. I know that there's a lot of rental units in Toronto Centre. I know that a lot of people in Toronto Centre are very scared and, you know, don't know where to turn. But as a local councillor, I am doing all that I can to make sure that I protect the residents of Toronto Centre and by extension, everyone across the city. And as I mentioned in my comments earlier, if we do not work within the framework that we are given, then you'll actually receive less than we've been able to negotiate. So that being said, I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item for 135 Isabella. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 14.11, 9 Bellamont Avenue. zoning
Mr.
bylaw.
Chair, sorry, if we could go back to 14.6, the motion is ready and the deputies have already spoken.
Okay. T 14.6, 18200 Dundas Street West to 123 Edward Street and 65 Central Avenue. Official plan zoning bylaw amendment application. Councilor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. So we've already heard from the deputant. Staff have set out everything they wanted to say in their report, as I understand it. I have a motion, which staff have. It's a remarkably similar motion to the one you saw from me earlier. One of the notices, so this is a new building that's going to replace the parking garage that's basically behind City Hall on Dundas Street. When the proposal originally came in, it was going to seriously damage the protection of the view corridor of City Hall. So you all know our logo. Our logo is the silhouette of this gorgeous building against the sky. And staff have worked really hard for a long period of time to preserve as much as we can of that silhouette as the development in the downtown explodes. And the proposal that came in was going to have two little bunny ears sticking up behind City Hall and really completely destroy that view that so many people come and admire and enjoy and take photos of and so on. So a huge amount of work, James Parak, urban design, as well as community planning, spent working with the applicants who are here to say, well, what is it, having a how many story parking garage on Dundas Street is not a good use of that real estate in our downtown, but having something destroy this visual image, the iconic image of the city, wasn't good either. Huge amount of work has gone into trying to find a livable balance between those things. So what we've got here is the best we can do with what's here. Another significant feature of it, it's not as firm a commitment as I would like, but at least a commitment from the developer to use best efforts to achieve Tier 2 of version 4 of the Toronto Green Standards. We don't have a lot of buildings yet committed to Tier 2. This will be the second one in my ward to make that commitment, and it will be a really important precedent as we move on. One of the steps we need to be able to get on to Tier 5 and 6 is to be able to show that developers can build buildings and make a living meeting Tier 2 of the previous version. So this is an important objective for me and for the city as a whole. In this place, I know we don't have a completely formal commitment yet, but I'm certainly going to be pushing it as hard as we can through the site plan process. And I understand from Mr. Brown that he and his client understand the significance. We are in a climate crisis. He's got kids he cares about. I have kids I care about. If we keep building buildings for the future, for the climate we used to have, we're not going to have anything people can live in. So given all the compromises that have made the other thing, of course, is that the province has changed the zoning to preserve the air corridors for the medical ambulances. Again, really important. If you or any of your family members ever need those medical ambulances when you need them, it's really important, and seconds count, and they have to be able to get in. So a lot of different public objectives have been juggled for this proposal, and so I'm going to move the staff recommendations and my motion.
All right, all those in favor?
Motion first?
Yep, motion and then. Thought I saw it earlier. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Item is amended.
Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, everybody.
Next item is item T 1411, 9 Ben Lemond Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application. Councillor Bradford. Actually, there is a speaker on this item? Kristen Chan, are you here? Online? Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Community Council members. My name is Christian Chen. I'm the Land Use Planner and Agent for 2850938 Ontario, Inc. for 9 Ben Lamond.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So this is a zoning bylaw amendment application to permit a 4-story low-rise residential apartment building comprising 16 residential units. I'll just make a brief, I have a presentation submitted, sir. However, I'll just go through the high-level notes for the purposes of efficiency of time. So the local neighborhood is comprised of a mixed typology of buildings of low-rise, detached, semi-detached, multiplexes, townhouses, and apartment buildings. So the site is a ravine lot just off of Main Street, north of Kingston. And it is good access to transit with bus line availability to the Main Street Bloor Danforth line station, as well as Kingston Road streetcar. The lot is on TRC regulated lands and also subject to the Ravine and Natural Feature Protection Bylaw, which has been addressed as part of the planning application, the design of the building, placing the building envelope outside of the regulation areas and the Ravine Natural Feature Protection Bylaw areas, and also subject to the 10-meter required setback. The building has 8 parking spaces and 20 bike parking spaces, and is comprised of 10 2-bedroom units averaging 944 square feet and 6 3-bedroom units averaging 1,704 square feet. The height is 4 stories, which conforms to the OP's neighborhood's policies. The density is 1.79 times FSI. There are the front yard setback of the project follows the front yard average of the development patterns on Ben Lamont Avenue, as well as the side yards being increased to mitigate the impacts of additional height that's being sought. In terms of trees on the site, there are 20 trees that are being preserved and 9 new replacement trees for trees that are proposed to be removed as part of the construction. Just to note also that the zoning for the site is proposed to be a site-specific R zone. However, the rear of the lot, that being the lands that are below the top of stable slope, are going to be rezoned as open space in order to prevent development and to protect the natural heritage system. So in terms of my planning opinion, sir, the project is consistent with the PPS and conforms to the growth plan. The proposed low-rise apartment conforms to the permitted uses in the neighborhood's designation. The official plan with regards to height and massing conforms to built form policies and intent of the low-rise and apartment, townhouse and low-rise apartment guidelines. This project is representative of a missing middle typology development and definitely carries out the intent of the Expanding Housing Options and Neighborhoods Initiative and Study. That's an appropriate scale for the site, fits with the character of the area, and is adequately set back from the Glen Davis ravine, and provides larger housing units and an increased rental or housing mix in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to thank city staff for the involvement,
your time,
as
sir.
well
Thank
as
you.
Councilor Bradford and his staff. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, any questions? Councilor Bradford, go ahead.
Given that this project is outside of the 6+ rental replacement units, how are you planning to respond to the need to relocate existing tenants?
Thank you, Councilor, for the question, and through the chair. We've been in a lot of discussions with Mr. Adam Kebede from Toronto Housing, and we're supportive of staff's recommendation and on the agenda item with respect to the tenant relocation and assistance plan.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. We do have Seamus Vaughn. Are you here? Seamus, sorry. Seamus? Yeah. Seamus, are you here? No? Okay. Councilor Bradford?
I'll just move the staff recommendations with the note that Rec 3 requires the owner to provide and implement acceptable tenant relocation and assistance plan, working with city staff to do that, and point out that this is a nice example of missing middle project in an existing neighborhood, which will bring some more rental units to market. And I think that's great. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is T 14.12, 321, 355 Symington Avenue and 350 Campbell Avenue. Official planning and zoning amendment application. Councillor Bravo. She's not here. I'll hold it down for her. T 14.13, 40 Wabash Avenue, inclusion on the Heritage Register. Councillor Perks.
I'll just move the staff recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.14, 263 Adelaide Street West, alterations to and demolition of heritage of attributes of designated property under Part 4, Section 33 and 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act and authority to amend a heritage easement agreement. That's a mouthful, and Councillor Malik is not here, and Councillor Bravo is not here. Okay. I have to hold that down. T 14.15, 98 Highland Avenue, refusal of alterations to a designated heritage property in the North Rosedale Heritage Conservation District. Councillor Sachs.
I have a speaker on that item.
Is there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm moving the staff recommendations.
We do have a speaker. Frel Hosman.
Online.
Would you?
Good afternoon.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'm a member of the Heritage Committee of the North Rosedale Residents Association, and I appear on behalf of the association. The Heritage Committee is a volunteer committee established under our Heritage Plan. Its role is to advise heritage planning on heritage permit applications under review to ensure that they're consistent with our plan. The NRRA supports the recommendation made by both the Toronto Preservation Board and Heritage Planning to refuse this application to retroactively approve the alterations to the windows on 98 Highland Avenue. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, item 15.
Yes, I'm moving the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Items 14.16, we do have 2 speakers here. Farrell Hosman, you here?
Same person as last time.
Okay. Farrell Hosman, are you here online?
I am.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, go ahead.
Thank you. As I said, I'm a member of the Heritage Committee of North Rosedale Residents Association, and I'm appearing on behalf of the association. The committee is a volunteer committee established under our Heritage Plan. The role is to advise heritage planning on heritage permit applications under review to ensure consistency with the plan. Our association supports the recommendation made by Heritage Planning and the Toronto Preservation Board to refuse the application to paint the red brick house at 135 Roxborough Drive. Our Heritage Plan was developed by North Rosedale residents for North Rosedale residents 20 years ago. It reflects the community's desire to preserve the heritage character of the neighborhood. It guides renovations and additions made to heritage homes to ensure that the new work enhances the existing heritage character of the home and the neighboring homes, as well as the district. The plan focuses on preserving and enhancing the heritage streetscape, i.e., the look and feel of the neighborhood when you walk down the street. The overwhelming majority of the homes in North Rosedale are red brick or stone. Our heritage plan specifically identifies red brick and masonry as architectural elements that define the heritage character of North Rosedale. It is really difficult to see how literally whitewashing red brick does anything other than destroy the heritage character of the house and detract from the heritage character of the neighboring houses, all of which are red brick and or stone. And unlike alterations made to the back of a house, which may negatively impact your immediate neighbors to the east or the west or the north or the south, whitewashing a red brick home negatively impacts the community because it disturbs the heritage look and feel of the entire street. When you walk that street, as so many do in North Rosedale, you will definitely notice that there is a whitewashed house that just doesn't fit in with the red brick heritage streetscape. The heritage plan is a community plan. It was implemented so that the interests of one owner in making an alteration that would undermine the heritage character of his home could not override the interests of the community, which wishes to preserve and enhance heritage streetscapes. Finally, all purchasers of North Rosedale home buy with notice of the heritage plan. The majority of those purchasers buy in North Rosedale because of the plan. They appreciate the heritage character of the neighborhood and support its preservation and enhancement. When they renovate, it's done in compliance with the heritage plan. Yes, there are sacrifices to be made because you can't have your floor-to-ceiling plate glass windows in the front. But once that sacrifice is made, there is a legitimate expectation that the plan will be applied equally, thank you, and consistently to all owners to ensure that the heritage character of the neighborhood is preserved for the entire community. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any questions of the deputant?
I just want to say thank you. You folks have put in a lot of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rodney Gill, are you here? You're online? Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead. We can't hear you. You're muted. No, I can't hear you still.
How about now, sir?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My name's Rodney Gill, and I represent the owners of 135 Roxborough Drive. My clients would like to apply a lime wash paint to the sides and rear of their home. They do have an issued building permit that includes permission to apply the lime wash to the front of their home. Our clients have submitted a sealed letter from an engineer stating that the long-term structural performance of the home will be greatly enhanced by the application of the proposed lime wash. They've also submitted a photo study of other painted brick homes in the area. There's more than 30 of those examples. They have also put in a letter that details the benefits of a lime wash. Lime wash performs very differently from most other coatings, and it does not create any risk of undermining the performance of the brick. To the contrary, it helps preserve the brick. It is also a reversible treatment. They have had to go to these lengths not because the home or the property itself is designated under the Ontario Heritage Act, but rather because it is a property within the North Rosedale Heritage Conservation District. As I've noted, there are many other painted brick homes within the North Rosedale HCD, including 111 Roxborough Drive, which was painted within the last couple of years. Further, like 135 Roxborough Drive, that property is a C-rated property in the Heritage Conservation District. 84 Highland Avenue, which is just down the road, is another example of a recently painted home that has that's brick home. Heritage staff have suggested that applying the lime wash would be inconsistent with the Parks Canada standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada. To be clear, we disagree with that. Heritage staff in their reports suggest that one of the most important attributes of the property is its red brick masonry, and its historical character and appearance is that of a building with unpainted masonry. That's a subjective assessment, And indeed, we disagree that this is even red masonry. It's a brown masonry structure, and our clients are adamant that what they propose to do is in keeping with the this the character and quality of their home. The HCD plan, what you need to be guided by, does note that the quality of heaviness and solid permanence is relevant to the character of the neighborhood, but applying a lime wash would not undermine or compromise those qualities. The painted homes in the HCD do keep a heaviness and a quality of solid permanence. This is ultimately about balancing private property interests and the public interest in preserving heritage properties. And we believe that our clients have properly balanced that interest. There are also 4 letters of support from the community that come from 5 different neighbors that we tried to submit, but there was an issue with it this morning. And for that reason, we asked that this matter go to City Council as a whole, so there's an opportunity for you to hear from those other community members because they're in support of this application. I see my time's up, sir.
Yeah, I was mesmerized by your comments, sorry. Any questions for the deputants? Councillor Bradford, go ahead.
Thanks very much. The submission letter that you referenced from February, it referenced a building permit that authorized the painting of the exterior bricks, but there's a dispute, as I understand it, about what exactly was authorized and where it was. Did the building permit clearly show that the intention was to paint the exterior of the house?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Chair. The building permit plans clearly indicated that the front elevation, that is the front wall of the building, was to be painted white. Unfortunately, the architect did not carry that notation through onto the sides and the rear of the elevations, and that's the reason why we're applying today to get that further permission. As the committee might know, the city incorporates their Section 42 process into the building permit application process. So my clients had taken that step before doing anything with the property.
So the front was permitted and shown?
That's correct, sir.
And so this conversation is about painting the sides?
And the rear.
Okay. Why did your clients start painting the sides of the house if only the front was permitted?
Thank you for the question, sir. And through you, Mr. Chair, my client's architect only realized they mistakenly failed to include the notation on the side and rear once the city contacted us about the application of paint to the side. So the intention throughout was to paint the entirety of the building, the home, but it was just an error on the part of the architect, unfortunately. But as soon as the issue was brought up as a gesture of good faith, my clients decided not to paint further, so that we could go through this process and get permission for the entirety of the home.
So it exists half painted right now?
I wouldn't say half, sir. So through you, Mr. Chair,
partially
it's just
painted.
A small portion of the side.
Okay. Is City Council able to grant permission to paint the balance?
Yes, absolutely they are. So that's what this process entails, is evaluating whether the alteration to this property within the Heritage Conservation District should be permitted. And it is something that council has authority to permit.
Would this be consistent with what's detailed in the Ontario Heritage Act, in your opinion?
Yes, it would.
All right. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. Please confirm that the paint that was improperly put on the side of the building can be removed without damaging the brick?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that it can. The lime wash application is something that can be reversed without damaging brick structure. That's one of the benefits of it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. Questions for staff. First of all, is it, in your opinion, consistent with the Heritage Conservation Plan to paint this building with lime wash?
Through you, Chair, the good conservation practice does not support painting unfinished, unpainted masonry. So that is good conservation practice, and that is what we are recommending not be supported here. This is an unfinished masonry building, and if the applicants have concerns with the condition of the masonry, they can clean the masonry and they can repointing it. Painting it with a white color significantly alters its character and appearance and is detrimental to the character and appearance, and would impact the character of this part of the North Rosedale Heritage Conservation District.
And if it's that clear, why were they allowed in the building permit to paint the front of the building?
The building permit was cleared through heritage staff. We're not disputing that, but that was cleared in error. Staff did not have delegated authority to clear that. It was an error on our part.
Okay, so this is a comedy of errors. They're claiming an error, we made an error. But you've read the letter submitted by the applicant structural engineer. Does that change your opinion in any way?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that doesn't change our opinion. The structural engineer has submitted a short note about the property. The applicants have not hired a heritage consultant to consider this and consider the implications of this proposal. They've got some quotes from a structural engineer, not a heritage consultant. I don't know whether the structural engineer, what their expertise in masonry itself is, or whether they actually did a condition assessment.
Right. So there is a clear process under the heritage guidelines for seeking approval to breach the rules in the heritage plan. Have they followed that process?
Through you, Mr. Chair, when staff were aware that they wanted to paint the sides of the house, staff advised the applicants to apply for permission. And so the applicants applied for permission through that, and today is the report dealing with that application, staff's recommendations with respect to that. If council decides to support the staff's recommendation to refuse this application, staff will work with the applicant to try and resolve outstanding issues with regard to the condition of the masonry.
All right. So they do have a way to repair their building, keep it waterproof, that doesn't involve paint. There's a process for working with you. None of that's been done yet, correct?
Correct.
Right. And the Heritage Conservation Plan itself, excuse me, colleagues, the Heritage Conservation Plan itself was a result of extensive work by your department and with the community over a considerable period of time, correct?
Correct.
And the visual appearance of these buildings is important to that conservation plan and to the community.
Okay, your time.
Thank you.
Councilor Bradford, go ahead. We have 1 sec. Can we have a motion to extend to complete this item? Councilor Bradford, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Bradford.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. Just to clarify, Heritage Planning did clear the building permit that was issued in September?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, staff cleared that in error.
Right. And as Councillor Sachs pointed out, it sounds like with this one, there were kind of errors on both sides of the application. Well, there was an error on our side as the city, and there was also an error where the side and rear walls were not denoted in the drawings as receiving the lime washing.
Staff reviews the applications that are before them. So we review the application that they originally submitted, which just included a note about painting the front of the house. Staff reviewed that, and as I said, in error, that was cleared.
So when I was listening to your commentary, your responses to Councillor Sachs, I noted that you said painting masonry is not in keeping with some of the heritage conservation principles. But would you acknowledge that a lime wash is different than a paint? A paint would be completely opaque. A lime wash is used to lighten a surface, but still the traditional color can show through. Is that a fair characterization?
Through you,
different than paint in its opacity anyways.
through you, Ms. Jed, this lime wash paint is a different material than just standard paint. But it will change the appearance of the building because it becomes white rather than a reddy brown color.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, I am supporting the staff recommendations. Clearly, the painting of the front of the building was permitted in error. The Heritage staff didn't have approval to, don't have authority to do that. This was a mistake, but making it worse would worsen that mistake. I have given my commitment to the Residents Association that I will stand behind the Heritage Conservation Plan. I respectfully don't know why other councillors are meddling with a heritage matter in my ward. This is a matter where, okay, all right, I'll withdraw that. In any event, here we have a case where the Heritage Conservation Plan was developed with extensive community consultation. It is very clear these buildings are not to be painted. There is a process for consulting a heritage expert. I met with the applicant. I'm a big fan of Tessa Virtue. She's a wonderful skater. And I advised her if she wants to make an application, she has to hire a conservation expert, somebody with expertise in brick conservation, to follow the guidelines that the city has adopted. And they haven't done that. Their explanation for why they want to change is they didn't like the color. Well, that is not an acceptable reason for damaging a heritage house. And changing the color of the masonry in these houses damages them. Now, I know that staff was provided with a list of their painted houses in Rosedale, and they reviewed that list and what they report in the report, and I did again confirm that when I discussed with the applicant, is either you're talking about houses that were painted before the rules were adopted or that aren't subject to the same provisions. And certainly making it worse now because one mistake was made to say, okay, well, we don't care anymore about the appearance of these buildings, let them paint them, is to blow a big hole in the Rosedale Heritage Conservation Plan. Now, those of you paying attention will know I am not usually the biggest fan of heritage rules. I push back a lot if there is a good reason to do so. But this is really clear. These people just bought this house. They bought it with notice of the Heritage Conservation Plans. They hired an expert. If the expert didn't bother checking what the rules are, that's not our problem. And we can't at this point prevent the owners from painting the front of their house white, but they probably won't if they're not allowed to paint the rest of the house, because then their house is going to really look silly with a white front and three brick sides. But we don't have to participate in making it worse. So this is important to my community. It is important to Heritage. We have a very clear staff recommendation. I'm asking you to support the staff recommendation and to preserve as much as we can of the remaining visual beauty of the Rosedale area. Thank you. Right.
Can I question the mover?
Go ahead, Councillor Bradford.
As you know, I'm going to move to send this to council without recommendations for more time, and not to step on your toes or anything, but wondering if that's something that you could support, in that your commitment and your position on this to the community is very clear. I think everybody knows that, and I don't see that changing, but just to give some more time for conversations on this with staff. And
we don't need more time for conversation. Every possible conversation has been held. Okay. Staff have discussed it with them. I've discussed it with them. I've discussed it with the community association. I have listened to all the questions, and we don't need more time. It's really clear that painting this house is contrary to the conservation plan. Okay, I mean, yes, she's a celebrity. I'm very grateful to have her in my ward, but that has nothing to do.
Respectfully, it's not about the person.
Okay, well, then if it's not about the person,
okay, so
the rules are clear, and we shouldn't be suggesting that there's going to be some opening to change the rules. The plan is important. Defending the plan is important. Defending the plan is important even when staff have made a mistake. Defending the plan is important. So no, sending it without recommendations is not acceptable to me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, to speak, I'd like to move this to council without recommendations, and that is just for a little bit of additional time. I think we can hear the passion and intensity of our council colleague, and it's pretty unusual to get involved in somebody else's ward, and I appreciate that. I would debate a lot of heritage things, and actually we would probably agree on heritage all the time. And you know, that is just to say that there's an element of subjectivity. I think, you know, without getting too much in the merits of this application or Roxborough in general, but as staff have pointed out, there are different facades that have received this treatment, and now what is permitted is in fact the front-facing facade of this property on that street, which is what everybody's going to see, and we're having a conversation about a side and rear treatments. But aside from all of that, the merits of this regardless, to my mind, there was an application and a building permit that was approved to have this proceed. There was an error here at the City of Toronto. As you heard from the applicant as well, I think also their architect did not make specific notations that the intention was to paint the side and the rear, although as councillor has pointed out there, it would kind of make sense to either do all of it or do none of it. And so I'd like to meet with staff and talk a little bit more about this. I haven't had a chance to do that, that's my fault, but just between now and council, so that's why I'm just asking to send it without recommendations. And it's not to step on the toes of the local councillor. I just think 2 extra weeks to have those conversations, which I haven't had with staff, would be helpful. So that's why I'm asking it. Thanks.
I'd like to offer. Go ahead, Councillor Madelon.
We have an item in one councillor's ward that obviously, and for good reason, is important to the councillor and their community. We have another councillor who is bringing up a reasonable recommendation for more conversation. If it's with the concurrence of both councillors, could we hold this item down for maybe, speaking of a little more time for a conversation, the best scenario would be that the local councillor can kind of lead with this, but that there can be maybe some reasonable ground to meet. And I don't know if that's possible, and maybe we'll find out that that isn't, but maybe the lunch hour could bear fruit. Is that? Yeah, it's fine with me.
Sure, we can hold this item down.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay.
Funny because we extended to complete the item, so sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we did. But we'll be back here at 2? 1:30. 1:30, okay. Okay, we have quorum. We're back at it now. Councilor Sachs is not here, though. Yeah. Okay, so we're now resuming, and when we were here last, we were at item 14.16. Councilor Sachs is not back yet, so I'm going to hold that item down until she returns. So we'll go to item 14.17, 309 Cherry Street, alterations to heritage attributes on a designated heritage property under Part 4, Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. I have a motion to send this to council without recommendation. This Portland's planning framework will be at planning and housing tomorrow, so I want to make sure everything matches up. Not tomorrow. It's not tomorrow, sorry. All you, Chair and Vice Chair. Thursday.
There we go. All those in favor of the recommendations, opposed, carried.
And can I just expedite 39 as made a decision how to deal with that too, Chair?
1 second, let me just find it on my list.
Clerks have a motion there. That's also a deferral to the next meeting.
Okay, so you want to defer to the next meeting? Okay, all those in favor of deferring to the next TYCC? Opposed, carried.
Thank you.
Okay, it's done. We'll now move on to item 14.18, but Councillor Sachs is not here. We'll go to item 14.19, 135 Imperial Street residential demolition application. Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for staff.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is an item that, like, I know that residents have raised concerns about the heritage value. I haven't heard from the owner, though. Oh, good. Oh, good to know. Thank you. Anyway, we haven't had a conversation. And I see recommendations in front of me that are about different varieties of approvals, but it doesn't give me any option, like if I didn't want to approve, and I'm not suggesting, by the way, by these questions that I know what I should do. It's more, could you just describe to me why are there only options for approve? Why would there not be an option to not approve it if that were the desire?
Staff to respond?
Anybody?
I'll hold you time.
I can't.
Okay, I'm Diana Yakub, Plan Review Manager in Midtown team. I'm here on behalf of Natasha Zapola, our DCBO. So the report, I actually didn't write up the report. I was away when it was written, but I know that this report was required because there was an objection to a building permit for demolition, which has a replacement building. So normally we would issue the demolition with the replacement building. No issues there, especially that it's been approved for zoning and for code, which includes heritage as well. So there was no objections to heritage.
I apologize for intervening. It's just that I'm aware of that context. It's more that the options before us are either to approve like with conditions or without conditions, but there's no option to reject. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
And could you just explain why? Like, I don't understand why wouldn't we have a prerogative to do one or the other rather than just approve with conditions?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure because I didn't write the report, but I can find out, and I'll find out immediately.
Okay, so I want to hold this. I want to hold this down because
Okay.
Okay, well,
can we hold it down and then, or do you want to?
I'm happy to have my colleague ask questions. Perhaps that will provide clarity. But if not, then I'd like to hold it down.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
So if I may, my understanding of the Ontario Building Code is that the chief building official shall issue a demolition permit provided that all applicable law has been checked, right?
Right.
Right. And in this case, there is no grounds in applicable law to refuse the demolition permit. Is that correct?
And from a zoning perspective as well, like all applicable law
So the way the Building Code Act is written, the chief building official must issue the demolition permit.
Yes.
Okay.
True.
So the only decision available to City Council is whether we want to attach conditions about how they maintain the site during the demolition. Is that correct?
That's true.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Councillor Matlow, does that answer any of your questions?
I'm going to hold it down for the moment because I do. I hear the discussion, but I just want to understand, or may I just add a question to staff?
Sure, go ahead.
Then why are we? What would happen hypothetically? What if I just didn't move a motion? Like, why am I in the middle of that decision if it's not really my decision?
Staff, can you please respond?
Because according to our policy, if there's an objection, if we receive an objection within the time period where a demolition notice is posted, then we cannot release it without coming to council for approval. But we have no, we have no basis for not issuing it other than having the approval of council.
I'm more confused though, because if I didn't move a motion, or if none of us moved a motion, for example, and if it's true that the chief building officer would have to permit, but you are now saying that you could not release it unless there was an approval here to allow, what would happen if just nothing happened today? Would it just go ahead or not?
What do you mean, sorry, what do you mean nothing happened today?
What if there was no motion moved?
Well, there has to be a motion somehow.
We're here at free will. I can move motions. I can decide not to. So what happens if we don't?
So, yeah. I don't know.
Let's hold it down just to get some clarity on that.
Okay, I'm going to hold it down.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may add just one more thing, that the objection is regarding, has to do with heritage, but we don't have an issue with heritage. So it has no basis for holding it.
The arguments are not material to me in the context of the question that I'm asking. It's more, this process seems absolutely bizarre to me. And I'm trying to understand what, it feels like a Monty Python sketch about, the cheese shop. It's like, I've got these two options, but I don't have the option that I might, anyway. I digress. I just want to understand this a little better before.
Okay, I'm going to hold this item down. Sure. Thank you. We'll move on to item T 14.20, 645, 647, 645.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can we do 1418 before you get there? I
will get back to that. I'm in the process of actually doing this item, so I'll go back to it after. T 14.20, 645, 647, 649, 651, 653, and 655 North Cliff Boulevard, residential demolition. Councillor Matlow.
Wait, which number? Okay, yes. I move approval with conditions.
Okay, all those in favor?
Just 1 second.
Is there a motion?
That you have, yeah.
That is a motion. Okay, there he is. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We'll now go back to actually, can we go back to 14.16?
18.
Yeah, okay, 18, okay. 14.18, 1 Heath Crescent, residential demolition application. We do have speakers on this item. Rob Spindler, are you here? Okay, you have 3 minutes to depute. Go ahead, have a seat. You're done deputing? Okay. Oriana Nanoa? No? Okay. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, I want to approve this with conditions.
Okay, and what are the conditions? You have, the staff has this?
It's recommendation 3.
Recommendation 3. Want to put it up? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll now go back to item T 14.21, refusal of a sidewalk cafe permit application located at 1375 Dundas Street West, Beaconsfield Avenue, flankage. Councillor Bravo. Okay. Yep.
Mr. Chair, 1421, I'd like to move the staff recommendations and,
There are 2 options.
okay. Which is to approve.
To deny or somewhere too?
No, to approve,
To approve? To approve. Do we need to pull it up?
yeah. And thank you to staff for working with our office on this and to the residents who supported this.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.22, refusal of a sidewalk cafe permit application located at 1214 Queen Street West, Gladstone Avenue, flankage. There is a deputant here, Matt Cohen. Are you here? Okay, you have 3 minutes to depute before council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Council. I'm here with my colleague, Brittany Wong. We're here for Gladstone House in support of the application. We've worked closely with the councilor and the community. They're well aware of our position. We're in support of the motion that we anticipate from the councilor and would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you so much. We also have a second speaker, Brittany Wong. You're together? You don't speak? Okay. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Councillor Bravo?
Mr. Chair, I just want to recognize that I have a motion, and while it's displayed, to recognize that arriving at such a compromise is a give and take from both the residents in the community and from the proponent who are here. It is an approval of the application with some conditions, which you see here around signage and a communication approach so people can reach with complaints, and limiting the occupancy to 56 persons. So I hope that other councilors can support this, and I want to indicate that there was a really productive process here, and the residents who live across the street in the condominium buildings that are coming up are concerned about noise, and we will continue to work with the Gladstone to make sure that we have the balance of both a thriving, fun, alive Main Street and people sleeping at night.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 14.23, application for a sidewalk cafe permit located at 240 Queen Street West, St. Patrick Market Laneway. Councillor Bravo for Councillor.
Yep. On behalf of Councillor Malik, I'd like to approve the application.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay.
Yeah. Well, you know
Actually, there's a motion to
how I
display,
like to
sorry.
party.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 14.24, application for a sidewalk cafe permit located at 1961 Queen Street East, Kenilworth Avenue, Flankage. Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'd like to move the staff recommendation 2 to approve.
Okay. We'll display it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 14.25, 154 Riverside Drive, request for a fence exemption. We have deputants in this item. Sean Sasso, are you here? I believe you're online.
Hello.
Okay, you have
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Apologies, I can't be there in person. I was there before lunch, but I had to leave, so sorry for that. My name is Sean Sasso, and my wife and I are the homeowners of 154 Riverside Drive. As the report before you describes, we are seeking permission to use a tempered glass gate attached to the rear wall to prevent direct access to the swimming pool from inside the house. As described in the report, the site supervisor said that there are no safety concerns from the solution we have come up with, and we strongly believe the solution does achieve the primary objective, which is preventing children and other vulnerable individuals from leaving the house and entering the pool area. At the same time, the gate serves as a less hazardous solution than alternatives that would create safety concerns for both children and adults using the stairs and pool deck. We have a 5-year-old daughter who's learning to swim, and we often have family friends over also with young children. Their safety is really our only priority, and we would not proceed with this gate if we felt it put anyone who enters our house in a more dangerous situation. We believe we found a solution that achieves the objective of preventing direct access from the house to the pool while preserving a less hazardous area around the pool and deck. Once again, I'd like to thank you for your time, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to field them.
Thank you. There's one question from Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks.
Yes, thank you, and I'm sorry we didn't get to this before lunch so that we could talk in person. So the staff have reviewed it, and am I correct? The reason this is here is you don't actually meet the safety standards that the City of Toronto has for swimming pools?
It does not meet the exact bylaw specifications. That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that struck me as odd, in the original drawings you submitted for this site, you show a different configuration than what you actually built. And the original drawings would have conformed to the City of Toronto safety requirements. I'm just wondering why you didn't build what you showed us.
It's a very fair question and an excellent question. And through the process of construction, if you can see on the pictures in the report, the gate was originally proposed to go at the top of the stairs, basically abutting the pool. As we thought about that more and started into the construction of the enclosement, it became pretty apparent that that gate, a self-latching gate, would probably cause more dangerous situations for children coming up and down the stairs or navigating around the pool. And that's why we decided to go with the solution that we came up with. Fully acknowledging that, I think at the time working with our contractors, they were working under some old bylaw understandings and believed that would still be to code. Obviously, once we discovered that it wasn't, we filed our permit for exemption, and that's why I'm here today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have another speaker here. Tim Irwin, are you here? Tim Irwin. Going once, going twice, gone. Councillor Perks.
Yeah, unfortunately on this, I'm going to have to move the refusal.
Okay.
So it's been a while since we've had a pool fence issue come here, and I thought I'd spend a minute on it. The largest single cause of children drowning in the province of Ontario is in private swimming pools, not city pools, private swimming pools. It used to be about 100 children a year in the province of Ontario. And about a decade ago, municipalities began introducing stronger regulations. And the idea of the regulation was to fence on 4 sides of the pool, to draw a fence around the pool so that children wouldn't wander into it during the parents having a moment of inattention. And everyone who's ever been a parent knows you have moments of inattention. Then, one of the peculiarities of our bylaw is some people came forward and said, well, what if one of the 4 sides is the rear wall of my property? Would that work? And we said, that only works if there's no doorway in that rear wall, right? Because if you have a doorway, a kid can open the door and run out. And we said, in the case where there's a doorway, you have to build a barrier that's 4 feet away from that door, and that barrier has to be something that a kid can't climb. The original drawings the applicant showed us here met those criteria and would have been satisfactory and safe. Unfortunately, what got built doesn't meet them. There's a portion where, frankly, they put the latch gate right in the door. So that's literally the door to the outside. So if you're going in or out, that's going to get open. The second piece is there's a little sort of wet bar, and the fencing, the gating there violates another one of our principles, that it has to be designed so kids can't climb over it and get into the water. I know that it's frustrating and possibly expensive to have to go back and redo this, but we do this so that children don't drown because of decisions we make. That's why we do this. So I'm very sorry. I'm going to ask you to support me in refusing the application to waive the requirements for that safety fencing. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of refusal? Opposed? Carried. The next item is item 14.26, 137 Collier Street, request for a fence exemption. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, I am moving the staff recommendation number 1, which is the refusal.
Okay. Can you display it? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
T 14.27, 40 Warren's Road, request for fence exemption. We have speakers on this item. Matthew Helfand, are you here?
Hi there.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now, I have the pleasure of presenting the second pool enclosure exemption before committee today. I represent the owners of 48 Warren in Ward 12, and they are seeking an exemption from the pool enclosure requirements of the bylaw. Now, I'd like to explain exactly what it is that they're requiring to do, because I do think that this addresses many of the safety concerns that Councillor Perks just raised, and I think there's a significant distinction here. Now, what they are proposing to do is build a pool at the rear of their property. It is entirely behind an existing coach house and garage. So what you'll see in the site plan, does this work, this thing?
Yep.
Okay. What you'll see in the site plan, oh yeah, there we go. The rear of the coach house spans the entire width of the property, and the pool is going to be entirely behind. That full area is the pool enclosure. Now, as we just heard, of course, the fence bylaw requires that if one of the walls of a house acts as the enclosure, there can be no openings. In this case, if there was no opening in the back wall, there could be no access to the pool, period. And so what is proposed is that there is going to be a garage door style opening in the area that is highlighted in green. And what my clients are proposing to do is to construct a fence that is directly mounted on that opening. So you'll have a garage door followed by the fence that's directly mounted on that opening. The reason they require the exemption is because
Continue.
Yeah, sorry. The reason they require the exemption is just because of the fact that it is directly on the wall. It's on the opening itself. If they moved the fence slightly, then there would be no bylaw issue whatsoever. And so in order to make the most use of this space, they want to shift the fence to be directly up against the opening itself. And so what we have right now in the recommendation before council is to maintain an existing chain link fence. That's what's there right now. And so in addition to the exemption that we're asking for and the recommendation, our client would also like to have the opportunity to improve that fence that exists right there with a aluminum structure rather than a chain link. And so if council is satisfied that because of this, what I submit is really a technical exemption that's being required because of the orientation of the pool, that it's fully behind this existing building, and without the access, you just couldn't access the pool at all. We'd like to open up the possibility of our client to replace it with a new, more permanent fence. And so the recommendation number 2 is what we're asking, and I'm at my time, but I'm happy to field any questions, but replacement should be an option for my client.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. Councillor Matlow.
For staff, can I just confirm, my understanding is that aside from the technicality, that you don't have any issues with what's being requested?
Through you, Chair. The fundamental aspect of the access protection of the bylaw indicates that it cannot be mounted to the portion of property, so it would require to be 1.2 meters out from both portions. That will always be the point of violation, so that is MLS's position.
It really is just the letter of the bylaw, so to speak, rather than, my understanding is that you don't have any actual safety concerns regarding approving recommendation 2. Are you able to speak to that, or is this, I recognize that I don't want to put you in a position where you're going beyond what you're able to say publicly, and just be candid about that too.
I'm not able to speak to it. It's the wording of the bylaw.
Okay, I respect that. I'll just speak to it.
Okay. Go ahead and speak to it then.
Yeah, no, I sort of recognized as I was going along my line of questions that that it would be unfair to ask staff to sort of go beyond what they can recommend based on their adherence to the bylaws that we create. But my understanding is that aside from the technicality that the deputant raised, that in no way, in shape or form, is this unsafe, and it's a very reasonable request to ask for. So I am gonna. So I should have just started with this. So I'm going to move recommendation 2 to accept to support the to allow for the exemption.
And there it is. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You opposed? Okay. Councillor Perks is in position. The next item is actually, you know what? We just finished that.
Mr. Chair, I think you held 1412 for me, which was timed to 10. We could go back there and I could just move the staff recommendations if you'd like.
Okay. Give me a second. Let me. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. 1412, 263 Adelaide Street West, alterations to the demolition.
No, sorry, I have Symington.
Sorry.
321, 355.
Yeah. You're right. I am mistaken.
Yeah.
1412, 321 to 355 Symington Avenue and 350 Campbell Avenue, official plan and zoning amendment application. Go ahead.
This is, I would like to move the staff recommendations. It's directing staff to oppose the application in its current form and to continue working with the applicant.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item is 14.14, 263 Adelaide Street West. Alterations to and demolition of heritage attributes of a designated property under Part 4, Sections 33 and 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act and authority to amend a heritage easement agreement. Now you're gonna move that for Councillor Malik? Councillor Bravo? 14.
On behalf of Councillor Malik, I'd like to move the staff recommendation, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Items, can we discuss item 16?
Yes, thank you. I have, in light of the conversation before lunch, I do have an additional motion, which I have given to the clerk, which is to ask the city solicitor what we have to do to correct the building permit. It's clear with the evidence from our staff that there was no authority to permit the painting of the building. That was not something that's delegated to staff. Staff don't have the authority to breach the conservation plan, only council does, and this didn't come to council. So the building permit was issued in error. So I have an additional motion asking staff to tell us what we would have to do to correct the building permit. I have discussed with staff again whether there's any benefit to delay or to further conversations. They point out to me that if this matter is delayed or deferred, they will have deemed approval. So in other words, the conservation plan will be breached if we don't deal with it. So we do have to deal with it. And this is my proposal, that we go ahead, support the staff recommendations, refuse the application, and in addition, since the point has been made that the original building permit was in error, to ask staff to tell us whether we can fix it. So that's what I'm asking for.
Councillor Matlow has a question. Go ahead, Councillor Matlow.
So to understand, like, did you have a conversation with Councillor Bradford over lunch?
Councillor Bradford, when I tried to reach him, wasn't there, but I did speak with staff and with legal. I understand that my office has been in touch with, my chief of staff was in touch with Councillor Bradford and with the applicants, lobbyist.
And like, you've made your position very clear, but if there's an appetite, like, for a couple of weeks to explore, address, and maybe even just do a reality check if that's the end of the day, if that's what happens.
It can happen before council anyway. There's 2 weeks, anyone can talk to anyone before council, right? We do, this matter does come to council. We can make further changes then. But it is really clear that the rules are clear. Painting this house does not comply with those rules. And so if the point is that there's an inconsistency because of the error that was made without authority, right? It was really clear from staff that the person who signed off did not have legal authority to sign off. This is a matter for council. It's like anything else. If staff did something that is in the exclusive jurisdiction of council, that's not valid.
Could there be, for the owners of the home, given that there was an error made on the city side and the staff side, and if they were led to believe that they could do something that they shouldn't have been able to clearly, but if they were led to, given that there was an error on the city side, would it not also make sense to create that space to just sort of work that through with the owners? Like,
there is space, right? There's 2 weeks before council. Anybody wants to have any conversation can have any conversation that they want. But this is a clear breach. It was a clear breach all along. And if we defer the matter, I mean, quite often we defer the matters so people can talk, but under the Heritage Act, if we defer it, we've given up.
So if I may, is there a way to clarify maybe from the clerk or maybe through a point of order? Because I just want to understand this because, like, I'm hearing.
Well, an issue, let me just go back.
The process, right?
Yes, the process right now is broken in the sense that we had paused this item and we're now resuming and to speak. And initially, Councillor Sachs, you'd actually moved staff's recommendation.
Right, and I want to add this to the staff
I
recommendation.
know, so again, that procedurally, that's a little off.
Well, it's fine. Then I can make a separate motion, and I can do this at council, right? The point is that if there's a big concern about the inconsistency, then we should fix the mistake.
So point of order, what I want to understand, because Councillor Sachs said that if her motion, for example, passed, that we could still deal with this at council. Councillor Bradford is saying he wants to move it to council to be able to deal with it then. Is it can the clerk or somebody explain to us, if Councillor Sax's motions pass today, would there in fact still be an opportunity to resolve things or change things between now and council? Or would Councillor Bradford's motion be more?
My understanding from clerks, and they could correct me if I'm wrong, is that I would move Councillor Bradford's motion first, and if that fails, then we would proceed with Councillor Sax's motion.
And if her motion passed, would that mean that it would just be a done deal today?
Yeah. I already did.
We're trying to establish the next steps, though.
This, and I would just say, like, in a like, working together here, I think procedurally, I don't think you can move that motion right now because you've already moved a motion. I would say also, I don't think we should decide today on this if you want that. If you want that information, and I'm willing to say, yeah, let's have, I would say, direct them, I'd say do it for council, because right now the motion doesn't say council, but it sort of lends to the, we shouldn't make that decision if you want this information today. We should refer, and I'm happy to have this come too. We could do that, and there's the piece in the valley.
Don't need information about whether we can fix the building code to know that making it worse is a bad idea.
Yes, let's just vote on this, please.
If I could just speak, just to speak, it'll take me 20 seconds. It'll take me 20 seconds.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So the outcome we want, or some of us want, is to have this go to council with some additional information. So I think what we do in that case is we vote against the staff recommendation. We vote for Councillor Sax's request to have this additional information come to council. And those are the only instructions, correct?
Procedurally, mine will go first.
No, because I have the right to support the staff recommendations on the additional three sides of this house. It's clearly improper to paint. I am entitled to put the staff recommendations. We still can debate this at council. This is still going to council. You all still talk at council.
The point of the matter is, I believe, according to...
You want me to amend that to include that?
Yeah, to include the request directly to council.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, are we good? Okay.
But having this go without recommendations on the main item suggests there's some doubt as to whether this should be permitted, and it clearly should not be permitted.
Well, that's your view.
That's staff's view. That's the advice from our
Okay,
heritage.
Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs.
Whether or not to accept staff's advice.
Okay, we're gonna vote on Councillor Bradford's motion.
Bradford needs to amend his motion.
Just a quick amendment to include Councillor Sax's piece onto mine, so that this goes without a recommendation, but we get that additional information for council.
Directly to council.
Report directly to council, yeah.
Okay, once we have the wording, then we can move.
Why are you supporting and mucking in my word?
Because I agree with the position that they're taking.
And also, Councillor Sachs, it's council's decision. It's not your decision. It's this council's decision. Okay, here's the motion, folks. Okay, all those in favor refer this to council. Okay, recorded vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Sacks
We
opposed.
just read the number, we just read their names out loud, so those in favor? Councillor Moyes, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Perks, all those opposed? Councillor Sacks? The item goes forward without recs, that carries.
Okay, thank you. Next item is item 19. Are you ready for this item, Councillor Matlow, or should we?
So I'm gonna test it. Let's just see what happens. I'm not gonna move a motion, and let's just see what happens.
Okay, I'm not gonna be here all day, so I'm gonna move it. TE 14.19, 135 Imperial Street.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna, wait, the two options, okay, I'm gonna move the,
How are you selecting it?
I'm going to move
What
the one,
conditions?
the item with conditions. The
Okay.
version with conditions.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item, is anything else? 19?
You were dealing with 19, right?
Yeah, we just did 19.
Okay, so we just need to display it so the public can see what we're voting on.
Sorry, we need this. My apologies, folks. We have to vote again for item 19.
Change it to the name. Okay, I'm just saving it.
We're almost towards the end. Okay, for item 19, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. What other items do we have?
Yours 32?
32? Yes. T 14.32, construction staging area, Richmond Street East and Ontario Street, 261 to 285 Queen Street East, 384 to 410 Richmond Street East, and 90 Ontario Street. I'm going to move the amendment. I have an amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. As amended? And as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. It's 36? 35? T 14.35, traffic and parking amendment, Mark Street and DeFree Street. I'm moving staff recs. All those in favor? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And 36, right?
36 is yeah.
Traffic calming speed hump at various streets in Ward 4. Councillor Perks?
Aren't there deputations on this item? No? Oh, this is.
Oh, they are, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
there are
getting ahead of myself here. 36. Second, 36. Susan Bryan, are you here? Susan Bryan? Okay, Joseph Morrissery? Are you here? There you go. You have 3 minutes to depute before the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Morrissey. I'm representing the Maria Street Parent Group. Maria Street is a street located in the junction on the west end of Toronto. The reason I am here today is to personalize the Maria Street request for speed humps to be added by briefly summarizing the almost 24 letters we received in support of having speed humps installed, along with 200 signatures of support received representing a 94% approval rating of all those polled. In the letters we received, there were essentially 3 items which I'll briefly cover with you now. First item is an acknowledgement. Heavy traffic volume is part of living in a big city like Toronto. That is not what we are against. Part and parcel with that, we recognize that speed humps are not a silver bullet. Those who wish to travel at high speeds will travel at high speeds. We'll always find a way. What speed humps are to our residents is a huge step in the right direction in trying to slow speeding traffic down. The second item is a description on what raising a family on Maria Street is like. The Maria Street is a home of dozens of children. It has a home of a parkette, which is used by daycares and children on the street. On weekday mornings, you'll commonly find a parade of kids making their way to school. If you walk down the street, you'll see dozens of porches with scooters and bikes resting on them. It is also one of the most popular streets on Halloween night within the junction. The third item can be best described as anxiety. The letters describe the anxiety parents on the street feel when stepping out onto the sidewalk with their kids, while walking alongside vehicles weighing several tons, speeding only within 2 or 3 feet of the kids. I can't stress this point enough. The margin of error is extremely low. Our parent group strongly believes that speed humps will help transform several of the straightaway stretches on Maria Street from a raceway to more of a residential street. On behalf of the Maria Street Parent Group, I would like to thank the council members, including Councillor Perks, who advocated for updates to the Toronto traffic calming policy, and thank the transportation staff who have been tremendously responsive and informative throughout this process. Thank you for the time and for the opportunity to speak. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions to the Deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much. Sheila Modish Maccabi, are you here? Sheila? Here you are, online. You have 3 minutes, go ahead. You're on mute.
There we go.
There we go.
Hi, I'm Sheila Bowdis McCabe, and I'm the organizer of the Vine Avenue Park Safety Committee. I live at 197 Vine Avenue, situated across the street from the Vine Avenue Playground, and have made many observations regarding the use of the park and the safety issues around speeding commuters using Vine Avenue to avoid the traffic on Dundas West and Keele streets. I'm here today to ask you to pass the bill before you that includes the recommendation from the Transportation Department that speed humps be installed on Vine Avenue. This repeated request has been on city record for over 10 years. Vine Avenue Playground is a multi-use park that stretches lengthwise along the street. Beginning at 6 a.m., it's used for yoga and workouts by small businesses. Around 7 a.m., dog walkers begin to show up, use the large green space to socialize with neighbors. And at 8 a.m., parents with young children stop by the park for a swing, slide, or play in the sandbox on their way to school. Older elementary children cross the street independently to play as their parents watch from the front porches, coffee in hand. Around 10 o'clock, nannies and stay-at-home parents fill the park that houses 2 separate large play structures. And in the afternoon, the pattern repeats itself in reverse. Toddlers toddle home, kids leave the playground, the basketball court for dinner, and at the same time, high school students and young adults meet to play basketball under the lights while condo dog walkers gather. Vine Avenue Playground is known as the train park by locals who bring kids to see the upgoing freight train zooming by safely on the other side of an old chain link fence. In the wintertime, the neighbors build and maintain a skating rink at the basketball court. In the summer months, welcome many neighbors picnic under the shade of beautiful trees and cool down in the large wading pool protected by lifeguards. Condo parents use the park for their children's birthday parties. People walk, drive, and bike to this destination park. The average turnover for Vine Park is 20 people per hour. I know because I count them. As the junction continues to develop housing, the population using Vine Park continues to increase. With increased density comes increased traffic. Vine Avenue is used by commuters to avoid traffic congestion on Keele Street and on Dundas West. This traffic is ignoring the speed limit and behaving in life-threatening ways to those trying to cross to park. I personally have trouble backing out of my driveway, and I believe that if I don't feel safe on Vine in my car, who's protecting our children in the park? I'm not only asking that you pass this bill, but I'm asking that you recommend Vine Avenue be moved to a priority place in the queue for the installation of speed humps due to the need for increased safety around a children's high-use park, Vine Avenue Playground. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much, Sheila.
Thank you.
We'll now have Georgina Blancard. Are you here? Georgina Blancard? No, okay. Allison Bruce? Allison Bruce, are you here? No, okay. Councillor Perks, this is your item.
Yes, so I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations to install all of these speed humps. I think it's worth taking a little moment for the Toronto East York Community Council to pat itself on the back. The traffic systems that were in place 10 years ago made residential streets incredibly dangerous. And then one day, a brave and intrepid member of Community Council, Councillor Matlow, moved that all the streets in his ward have their speeds reduced to 30 kilometers an hour. So I said, hey, why don't we do the whole Community Council area? And we did that, and we saw some improvement. But what didn't change were the rules for when a street qualified for traffic calming. We lowered the speeds cards were allowed to go, but the test for things like speed humps or stop signs or chicanes or speed tables or any of those other design elements didn't change. So we fought bravely on against members of council who don't represent downtown wards, and we eventually got the test changed. So it's now based on the speed of cars when they're actually dangerous. And as we all know, if a car strikes somebody going 30 kilometers an hour, there's a 90% survivability. If it's 50, there's a 10% survivability. So over the course of several years, by grinding away at it, we changed all of these streets from being ineligible to being safe to being eligible for safety interventions. And that's because of our hard work collectively. So give yourselves a pat on the back when you vote yes on this.
Thank you, Councillor Burks. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 14.38, Avenue Road Study, Interim Update and Proposed Sites Specific Road Safety Improvement. We have 21 speakers on this item, and I will be very strict with the time. So the first speaker is Frank Mara. Are you here? Frank Mara? Okay, Mr. Mara, you're online, I was told. Also, you don't have to speak for 3 minutes. You can speak for a minute if you like.
I'm here, I'm ready.
Mr. Mara, are you here?
I am.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not sure where we are with this. I'm seeing from the city website there are several additions to the item, fresh motions from the councillor, Sachs, which muddles the picture considerably because the number of considerations are multiplied tenfold. But I'd like to take this back to basics. This intersection is well known probably by almost every resident of this city who's ever traveled Avenue Road. It's a decades-old issue with the street being offset to the majority of the cross traffic being DuPont to Roxborough and vice versa, but primarily Roxborough to DuPont, I should correct myself. The conflict that's created by the placement of the traffic lights and the stop lines has been somewhat addressed this past fall with moving or painting a dashed line at the edge of Roxborough and the additions of some bollards to strengthen the left turn prohibition southbound. All to the good. However, due to the congestion otherwise apparent and constant there, it doesn't work very well. I'll cut my comments very short by proposing that we should not overcomplicate this by what's been currently proposed, because there's no real plan here I see to make it work. And given that the director doesn't even have to report back on success or failure until almost 3 years from now, is just not acceptable and a sound approach to this, is it's a vital intersection. The number of cars passing by are in the thousands daily, north and south. It's a vital route right down to the core. I work at Avenue Davenport. I've worked here for a dozen years. I see it daily, what goes on with the timing of the signal lights, the volume of traffic. And to be frank, the changes there at Roxborough have actually made it more dangerous in a way, because traffic is now aggressive because too few are actually abiding the suggestion to stay behind the intersection. What I would propose should be looked at and examined is a possibility of moving the traffic lights back to Roxborough. Fully regularize that and control it via traffic light rather than relying on goodwill and, let's say, less than perfect understanding of the traffic rules and courtesy on the road. That'll take us far, far further to getting the results that I think are being sought, which is to control traffic, have it more predictable, and also offer a pedestrian crossing right there at Roxborough, again, with the benefit of a traffic light, a full traffic light. The concerns about...
Your final thoughts, sir.
Beg pardon?
Your final thoughts. 3 minutes is up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's doable. It won't cost as much, and it's more in the traditional approach to traffic management.
Thank you. Joe Rubinoff. Okay. You have 3 minutes. And after Joel is Chris Fabish. Okay.
Pardon the fact that I have trouble walking. Thank you for the opportunity of letting me speak in this critical matter, despite the fact that the time limitation has been shortened. For over a year, I've sought clarity on the composition of the Toronto Safety Coalition, who apparently are sponsoring the concept of narrowing the street. Yet no answers have been provided. It appears to be a vocal minority trying to impose their will on the basis of NIMBYism. It is imperative that you're honest about who's behind these proposals to ensure transparency and accountability. The proposal aims to transform a crucial north-south connector to a local boulevard with the City of Toronto shouldering the full cost. This change primarily benefits the local neighborhood, but disregards the broader implications for the entire city. With the resurgence of the current public transport provision with a bus every 30 minutes is inadequate, especially for seniors and during inclement weather. The proposal does not increase the demand, does not deal with the increase of north-south routes. The reduction of Yonge Street from 4 lanes to 2 without adequate foresight has already caused significant disruptions. I would propose that what we're talking about is the inability of cars to get downtown, which certainly impacts everybody in the area, but impacts more people. Blocked streets hinder the response times of emergency services, posing a serious risk to public safety. As emergencies increase, our ability to respond effectively diminishes if our streets remain inaccessible. I've lived here for 50 years, and I've witnessed the transformation of Toronto from a welcoming city to one that is necessarily difficult, increasingly difficult to navigate. The fact of the matter is, if you look at the Allen Expressway and you know that you cannot get off it, the only way you can get off it to get downtown is through a 4-lane street. There is no other 4-lane street available. I know about Yonge Street. I was parked there and got hit by a Toronto fire truck while parked. There is no room. So I really implore that you can reconsider this planning application. The proposed changes, while potentially beneficial to a small community, pose severe and far-reaching consequences for the entire city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none. The next deputant's online. Chris Fiabish.
Hello?
Hello, yeah, 3 minutes, go ahead.
Hi, thanks very much. I'd just like to thank Council and specifically Councillor Sachs and her team for the time and the clarity of the information she supplied while walking up and down the street on Sunday afternoon, banging on doors. So thank you. This is my first time speaking at Council. I'm an unaffiliated individual and I live on Roxborough. The proposed barrier that is involved in this proposal, I think was originally meant to increase pedestrian safety and deter traffic from Roxborough Street West as a conduit street by restricting western-bound traffic as it moved off of Roxborough onto DuPont. Since COVID, I've worked at home, and day to day over these years, I've seen many changes on Roxborough West, most to the negative. The current problem of Roxborough West, it is literally bumper to bumper from Avenue Road to Yonge Street, and it's a parking lot during rush hours specifically, as is Yonge Street around the Rosedale Village north-south due to load and flow constraints, exacerbated by the recent bike lanes as well. So with the proposed plan that Councillor Sachs has put forward, which is to take a little more time and do further, hopefully very quick study, is that we look at a holistic community solution and not ask Roxborough to bear the full load of solving all problems for all people, which could include things like opening up other streets east-west from Avenue Road to Yonge Street to allow more flow and load of traffic to give them other options. Without that, and other types of simple solutions like time-based no-turn signs, more traffic lights, as the previous speaker indicated, fantastic, is that within this parking lot, we've got idling traffic, pollution. There's a lot of rage coming out of those cars, a lot of horn honking, people yelling invectives. The effect of that pollution on old growth trees, which are diminishing rapidly as part of the city canopy. But in general, the flow of commerce and city utility vehicles, but for me, most importantly, the movement of first responders end to end, if they have to try and get to anywhere in the neighborhood or cross town in this general vicinity of streets during rush hour, that's a huge problem and a life-threatening problem potentially. So I'm very supportive of the councillor's decision to investigate further. I just ask that those solutions be looked at very holistically. Let's examine everything that's low cost, quick to fix, before we get into capital investments that could include further lights or anything that involves the city cashing in and doing something that's going to cost us all tax dollars. So thank you for the time, and I really appreciate the space to investigate further.
Right, Chris, thanks for your comments. Couple of questions. I just want to confirm that it was at the request of you and your neighbors that I've got in the motion a request to staff to look again at the intersection of Roxborough and Yonge Street, including the possibility of turn restrictions, right? That was something you're looking for?
Absolutely. So at Yonge Street, turn restrictions north-south during rush hours, morning and evening. Boy, that would really solve a huge load and flow problem. And down at Avenue Road, where the proposed barrier was, that we take a look at a couple of different opportunities more holistically to look at maybe opening up some other streets from north-south to take some of that load off. The traffic light, I think, is the ultimate solution. If it were moved from where it is now to the first speaker, if it was south of Roxborough, then we've got absolutely controlled turning, absolutely controlled pedestrian access, and we can regulate by coordinating all the traffic lights a more steady flow of traffic as it attempts to go west, still using Roxborough as a place to traffic, but trying to temper the load a little bit with do not turn signs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lawrence Levine, are you here? Lawrence Levine. Trevor Townsend. Okay, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Trevor Townsend. I'm a resident of Roxborough Street West. You know, the genesis of the issues that this motion is addressing really, if you look back in the last couple of years, the genesis of it all started when we had bike lanes inappropriately placed on Yonge Street. By cutting the capacity of Yonge Street from in half to one lane in each direction, all it really accomplished was to drive traffic congestion off of the arterial road of Yonge Street over to adjacent side streets from St. Clair on the north down to Davenport at the south end of Yonge. And so all it's really accomplished is to take cars off of the main thoroughfares of Yonge Street and push them onto residential streets where they do not belong. And so that's the genesis of why we're here today looking at this issue. And I was pleased to see that Councillor Sachs heard what the people in her constituency felt about this barrier, and she wisely amended the motion to not proceed on that front. Now, what I would say to you is that to be completely transparent here, the Avenue Road Safety Coalition themselves they're advocating to narrow Avenue Road, which again makes absolutely no sense. It is a major arterial road driving people, allowing people who live in the north end of the city access to the downtown core. If we suffocate our downtown core, we kill our city. Because if we don't have a downtown core, we need not look any further than other cities south of the border in the United States where the downtown cores have been gutted of commercial activity. And that's what these policies are accomplishing by narrowing these lanes, putting bike lanes in places where they don't belong. I established an organization last spring called Keep Toronto Moving. For those of you that are interested, please take a look at our website, keeptorontomoving.ca. We're advocating not that we shouldn't have a robust cycling community and routes in our city, but not on the major arterial roads where we need to have functioning commerce traveling easily throughout the city. And I look to Bloor Street, I look to Yonge Street, I look to University Avenue, I look to Bloor Street West. People are tired of the congestion that's not necessary in our city. A couple of other points I'd like to make. There was a motion on the table. Councillor Sachs, perhaps you could confirm, or the chair could confirm if it's still on the table. The City of Toronto Transportation Department has asked as well that they not be required to go to public consultation if they have any other changes on Avenue Road that they'd like to make before November 1st of 2027. Entirely inappropriate and undemocratic, and certainly does not respect the consultation that we in our neighborhood feel is both necessary and respectful to the voters in the Summerhill area of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for his evidence? Seeing none, thank you. Max Dublin, are you here? Yes, sir. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to address this committee. I'm a bicyclist. I've been a lifelong bicyclist, and I really value my safety. With respect to Avenue Road, I actually have a history of safety concern on Avenue Road, because once when I was riding on my bicycle down Avenue Road, a car threw his door open and doored me. And whoever's had that experience knows how horrible it is to end up sprawled, splat on the pavement, and your bicycle is also on the pavement. and you're injured, maybe a little bit, maybe a lot. If you fall the wrong way, it could actually kill you. So I'm in favor of bicycle lanes for that reason, but I'm not in favor of the types of bicycle lanes that are proposed to be put in on Avenue Road. The first generation of bicycle lanes were great. They were restricted only to bicycles, and bicycles went single file, and when they wanted to pass each other, they'd ring or say something, and it all worked fine. Everywhere, the bicycle lanes have been installed that are as wide as a car lane, they are much less safe for all sorts of reasons. First of all, they're being used by different sorts of motorized thingamabobs, whatever they are, scooters, some of them that they may not be technically motorcycles, but they are about the size of motorcycles. When they're that wide, people start hot rodding, they start zigzagging, they get onto the bicycle lane, off the bicycle lane, onto the road, back and forth. All sorts of stuff is happening that looks like it's about to be an accident. And if it's not an accident, it still makes one very uncomfortable. So I think that's a step in the wrong direction. What I think should happen is that you can put bicycle lanes on Avenue Road, that's fine. Keep them the width that the original bicycle lanes used to be. That way, you will still have 5 lanes, and you will be able to use the middle lane for left-hand turns, which will reduce congestion on Avenue Road. So that would be good for the bicyclists. That would be good for the cars also. We're all sharing the road in the city, and we all have to live together in peace and in harmony. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputants?
Yes, thank you, Max. It's always good to see you, but are you aware that today the item is on Avenue Road between Davenport and DuPont, and that doesn't include any bike lanes, right? We're not discussing bike lanes here at all today, and there's none proposed for this section.
No, I'm talking about the parts where it is proposed that there be car width bicycle lanes on Avenue Road.
And you know that's not what we're talking about today.
That's not the impression that I got from the site plan that I saw.
Okay, well, please go and check it again. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Kim Hinton, are you here? Online. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm here representing hang on, probably have to put my volume up. I'm here representing St. Clair's Multi-Faith Housing Society and also working with the Avenue Road Safety Coalition. I would like to urge you to look at the recent information that Avenue Road Safety Coalition has sent in, specifically about pedestrian safety on the sidewalks on both sides of Avenue Road, north of Davenport. We really appreciate the crossing light plan. It's really necessary. We are absolutely in favor of all the density that you can increase all over the city, but especially in that neighborhood. We just need a safe way to get around, as pedestrians really appreciate the cycling improvements. So please consider what Avenue Road has submitted around, or the Avenue Road Safety Coalition has submitted around increasing the width of the sidewalk to a safe width for mobility devices, people with bundle buggies, people with strollers. Those are really important considerations that need to happen right away because the sidewalks are not up to standard and they're very dangerous and make it impossible for people to travel safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Jeffrey Citron, are you here? Jeffrey Citron? Richard Guy?
Jeffrey is online.
Jeffrey's online, okay. Citron, yep. Jeffrey Citron. Jeffrey, you here? Can you hear us? Can we go to the next then? Jeffrey, you can speak. You're unmuted. Okay, we'll go to Richard Guy. Richard, are you there? Richard Guy?
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
Hi, it's Richard.
Hi, Richard. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, so I'm a resident of Roxborough Street West as well, and I'll just start by saying, like, other residents have, spoken and made the points that I was going to make, so, I won't probably use the 3 minutes and waste your time. But first, I just want to say, thank you to Diane for listening to us. I may not always agree with your politics, but, you did take a moment to step back and look at this as a whole, and not just listen to one or two organizations that claim to speak on behalf of all the residents. So as Chris mentioned, thank you for that, much appreciated. Before I hand it over to the next speaker, I just wanted to reiterate that I do support looking at no left turn lanes onto Roxborough Street at peak hours. For me, that could be an inconvenience. It means I'm going to have to go dodge around, Davenport and Avenue, but I'm willing to do that if it's going to make our street safer. I don't think our street is very safe right now. The reason is during the day, during non-peak hours, we have cars zipping through. Those speed bumps really aren't stopping SUVs from hitting like 60, 70 kilometers an hour at times. And then, of course, during peak hours, it's a bit of a parking lot, and you get really aggressive, behavior, which is, certainly just not an enjoyable experience. So implementing those no left turn lanes, I think would really help. As well as adding a Yonge and Davenport northbound advanced green, I think would be hugely beneficial. And then just taking a step back and looking at our community as a whole. This isn't just about Roxborough. There are other streets that are involved here. And so, I think we need to take a step back and look at what streets could help out to solve this larger problem. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Robin Richardson. Young for All. Robin Richardson.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Robin Richardson, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm here representing Young for All, a group of volunteers and supporters who believe that all of our streets should be welcoming, safe, and accessible for people of all ages and abilities, whether they walk, take transit, drive a car, ride a bike, or use another mobility device. Every driver, cyclist, and transit rider is also sometimes a pedestrian. We all use our city's sidewalks, and we all deserve to be safe while doing so. We agree with the Avenue Road Safety Coalition that improvements to address long-standing and urgent issues regarding pedestrian safety need to be prioritized. Specifically, inadequate sidewalk space from Davenport Road to the railway tracks north of DuPont must be addressed and improvements expedited. Too many injuries and fatalities have occurred in this area, and we need preventative measures now to ensure that there are no more tragedies due to the unsafe and dangerous conditions. Young for All joins with the Avenue Road Safety Coalition in urging you to prioritize these measures along with the other complete street improvements from Bloor Street to Davenport Road that staff have recommended, and to expedite their implementation. The safety of pedestrians using Avenue Road, including those who use wheelchairs and push strollers, is urgent and vital. We've heard a lot about drivers who are unhappy with small increases to their travel time or fewer parking places available to leave their private cars. Yet the time of people who walk or cycle or take transit, to say nothing of things like bike parking, benches, and other amenities for those groups, is never spoken of. It's time for everyone's travel needs to be considered, particularly those of people who use public and active transportation methods. And it's time for safety to come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Deputant?
Robin, it's Diane Sachs. Just clarifying that you're supporting the staff recommendations as amended by my motion?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
James.
Thanks, Councillor Sachs.
James Young, are you here? Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity. I encourage you to support these road safety improvements on Avenue Road. I normally attend these type of sessions advocating for safer streets for cyclists, but today I'm simply here as a citizen who lives at St. Clair and Avenue Road. As part of the overall review of the Avenue Road, I recognize changes will likely be made in a stepwise fashion. I also recognize the need for this entire plan to be implemented, and I look forward to future meetings. For me, it's about safer roads for all of us, and the word safe has been repeated over and over, and it's important for the committee to try and get ahead of these things, as anybody who's been in that area knows how harrowing it can be. So to restate the obvious, Avenue Road is 6 lanes of high-speed traffic through primarily residential neighborhoods in this area. I live there, and I find it horrific to even think of walking there, and I'm pleasantly surprised there isn't even more carnage. Items may seem like a small bit, but it's actually a very important connecting bit. In Toronto, we're blessed to live in a city with a downtown, midtown that is full of people living and working and playing. We have our families there. A lot of cities don't have that, and safety is absolutely paramount for that. So when we look at these sort of changes, safety is the prime goal. I've had the pleasure of traveling a bit around the world, and the cities that are safe are vibrant, and those world-class cities, and cities where there are excellent traffic are typically vacant and not places you really want to be. I look at this item as one small step in an ongoing Avenue Road for safer streets for all of us. Thank you for this opportunity and look forward to future meetings. I also appreciate council and the work staff does. I know it's not an easy job. Thank you.
Thank you, James. James, you're usually here asking for more cycle infrastructure. You're aware there's no cycling infrastructure in this motion. This is all about pedestrian safety.
Yes.
And you agree it's important for us to improve pedestrian safety in this area and that it badly needs it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Dylan Breed, are you here? Online? Okay, go ahead, you have 3 minutes. You're on mute, Dylan, we can't hear you. It's still on mute. No, we cannot hear you still. Okay, we hear you somewhat. You want to raise your volume on your end, perhaps?
Is that any better?
Yeah, go ahead. We'll listen.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'm here.
We cannot hear you. Yeah, that's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay. I'm here on behalf of Walk Toronto. Walk Toronto is a grassroots volunteer organization dedicated to making Toronto a better city for walking. I also used to live on a Avenue Road near Chibra, and I well remember how narrow and dangerous it was to walk on the sidewalks here.
If you turn your camera off, Dylan, maybe we could hear you better. Your sound is very awful.
Okay.
Unless you want to maybe...
Can you hear me? Is this any better?
Yes, it's a little better. Go ahead.
Okay. Walk Toronto has long supported the efforts of the Avenue Road Safety.
Actually, it's not better. I'm sorry. You may have to write in a deputation.
I have actually written a deputation, but
We can't hear you. Perhaps hang up and call back. Sorry. Allison Keller? Allison Keller?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. 3 minutes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alison Keller, and I'm the Site Development Ambassador for Amica Senior Lifestyles, which has been an Avenue Road neighbor for nearly 30 years at Balmoral. We believe the Avenue Road study is off to a positive start and thank the City of Toronto for undertaking such a crucial public safety initiative. However, from Amica's perspective, which is rooted in concern for the city's rapidly aging population, we would advocate to implement more permanent measures to protect pedestrians in Phase 1 while expediting similar measures for Phase 2. Specifically, we are seeking the reconstruction and widening of the Avenue Road sidewalks between Davenport and St. Clair, and the securing of funding in Phase 1 for the signalized pedestrian crossing for Ramsden Park. Doing so will create a safer environment for all ages and provide barrier-free access for those living with mobility challenges. While we recognize the standard approach to reconstructing sidewalks typically occurs during major roadwork, the rapidly aging population in this community cannot wait 10 years for this work to be completed. According to our analysis of a 5-kilometer radius around Amica Balmoral, there will be approximately 76,500 residents aged 70 years and older by 2028, and these numbers will continue to rise exponentially. Walking for this cohort is a fundamental activity to sustain overall wellness and connectedness with community. According to the 2022 study titled "The Right to Walk in the Neighborhood, Designing Inclusive Sidewalks for Older Adults," it states, sidewalks are the most public neighborhood spaces, which enable walking, an essential activity for performing everyday chores and reaching neighborhood destinations. All ages and all mobilities should have the right to access public neighborhood spaces through a safely designed, built environment. And while we acknowledge and support the majority of proposed improvements outlined in the current Avenue Road study, we believe, however, the proposed interim improvements for pedestrian safety require more immediate attention, further development, and investment by Council. This interim measure may work within the budget assigned, but we believe it will present pedestrians additional challenges with multiple grade changes, as well as the still narrow, often obstructed sidewalks. Hazards like these could compound risks for pedestrians, including a potential increase in falls. And according to the Public Health Agency of Canada, approximately 20 to 30% of seniors fall each year. It is highly concerning, therefore, to think about the possible increase of life-changing falls by the rising senior population along Avenue Road.
Okay, thank you.
Council, thank you.
Thank you.
Allison, it's Diane Sachs here. You're aware that we can't widen the sidewalks until we can reconstruct the road and move the catch basins, right?
I am, Council, but I am asking for Council to think about it seriously, because it is going to be a compounded issue for the city as your aging population rises, and sidewalks and walking are an essential activity for your residents.
Well, everybody agrees with that, but you agree we should do what we can to improve pedestrian safety, and what you're saying is, as soon as we could reconstruct Avenue Road, you'd like that. Is that a fair summary?
I would prioritize it as a public health safety issue, Councillor, yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Sam Weiss, are you here? Sam Weiss? Arlene Desjardins? Arlene Desjardins? There you go, 3 minutes, please.
Dear Chair Moyes and members of Toronto East York Community Council, the Avenue Road Safety Coalition, established 7 years ago, has now grown to 32 member organizations who support our goal of enhancing pedestrian safety on Avenue Road by advocating for reduced speeds and wider, safer, and more accessible sidewalks. We commend Councillor Sachs and City Council members for recognizing the need for site-specific safety improvements along the perilous 2.1 kilometer stretch of Avenue Road. The Avenue Road Safety Coalition fully supports the recommendation to reduce Avenue Road from Davenport to DuPont to 4 lanes to be consistent with the roadway north and south of this area, and to install a signalized crosswalk at the entrance to Ramsden Park. This milestone will significantly improve safety for all users, and the crosswalk will specifically benefit the residents of the Toronto Community Housing at 250 Davenport and St. Clair Multi-Faith Society, as well as the children, seniors, and people with disabilities in our neighborhood, and requires funding as soon as possible. However, the narrow sidewalks on Avenue Road north of Davenport remain one of the most dangerous and intimidating stretches in the City of Toronto. Clear passage in many sections is less than a meter wide and often obstructed with large city garbage bins, hydro poles, and parking meters. All the while, pedestrians navigate next to speeding motor traffic. These sidewalks are also used by hundreds of people visiting the weekly food bank at the Church of Messiah. As Councillor Matlow was once quoted after a walkabout on Avenue Road, it's like walking a tightrope next to a highway. These critical issues remain. The staff's recommendations do not address the dangerously narrow sidewalks that fail to meet minimum city safety guidelines, basic accessibility, and AODA standards, reduce speeding, or meet Vision Zero priorities, the city's pledge to prioritize the safety of our most vulnerable road users. As well, the current design overly relies on Toronto Parking Authority paid parking to provide a buffer for pedestrians without adequately addressing the existing narrow and unsafe pedestrian spaces. Our proposed solution, in partnership with ABC and the Annex Residents Association, the Avenue Road Safety Coalition, and the Planning Partnership, are offering a simple, cost-effective alternative plan that prioritizes people and accessibility over parking. Our plan strikes a balance between parking availability while significantly improving accessibility and safety for the hundreds of pedestrians using these sidewalks daily, including children, seniors, and people with disabilities. David Linsner from the Planning Partnership will be presenting the plan later in the meeting. Our request for action, we urge the TYCC to review the Planning Partnership's plan, which aims to balance local business needs with safe, accessible pedestrian spaces. We also recommend that the recommendation number 5 to direct staff to refine designs in Appendix 3. This would include the reduction or reallocation of 12 Toronto Parking Authority parking spots to create a wider, safer, and more accessible sidewalks for pedestrian safety, which will create a safer community and will support the city's Vision Zero and Transform TO priorities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for deputants?
So Arlene, let's start with, you're here for the Avenue Road Safety Coalition. Can you please tell us who is the Avenue Road Safety Coalition?
We are made up of a number of residents associations in the area. There's various schools along Avenue Road, De La Salle, Brown's Junior Public School, Cottingham School. There's a number of Toronto-wide organizations such as Walk Toronto, St. Clair Multi-Faith, various religious organizations, the Church of Messiah, Church of Redeemer, the Hare Krishna on Avenue Road, parent councils, so it's a wide range of members that we have, right, as well as environmental groups, Climate Fast and the David Suzuki Foundation.
Right, and when you were here on May 28th, you gave us a list of about 30 organizations that endorsed your positions,
yes,
right? And what have you done to consult with the neighborhood?
Well, because some of our member organizations, such as ABC, Annex, Rathnelli, they canvass their residents in that area, and from what we've heard is the majority of those residents do support what we are proposing for Avenue Road.
So you referred to all the Residents Association in the immediate vicinity?
Except for South Hill.
Right, okay. And you support the staff recommendations with the amendments of my motion?
Yes, and also to look at the parking in the area.
Right, and you'd like us to further reduce parking. You saw that staff will be reviewing that in considering the AB. So you, just to be clear, your organization retained the planning partnership in order to prepare a design for the city to consider. That's right?
with coordination with ABC and the Annex Resident Association, yes.
Okay, and that you're supporting reducing the number of lanes to 4?
Yes.
2 in each direction plus turning lanes?
Yes, at Davenport and DuPont.
And you'd like to see some safety improvements at the intersections?
Yes.
And you'd like to see a crosswalk?
Yes.
And you consider all of these things to be urgent?
Yes.
You've been working for them for how many years?
7 years.
Right. And will these changes make it safer for pedestrians on this dangerous section of Avenue Road?
We believe so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to remind councillors we're on the brink of losing quorum, and this may be deferred to the next TYCC meeting. Okay? Clifford Goldlist, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes, go ahead.
My wife and I live just west of Avenue Road between DuPont and Bloor. We are cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists. My office is within a couple of blocks of St. Clair and Spadina. I travel to and from my office and surrounding areas 5 days a week, sometimes 7 days. I'm very familiar with this area, and I am opposed to the changes proposed to Avenue Road between St. Clair and Bloor. I believe them to be ill-conceived, despite the views to the contrary that I've heard. And I am also opposed to the specific changes that are before, I guess, this committee today in the section at issue, specifically with the curb extensions and the lane reductions that are proposed. Like other speakers before me, I view Avenue Road as a major thoroughfare, impacting not just the immediate residents, but the whole city. I share the view expressed earlier about how this city or members of it seem to be suffocating traffic. As I mentioned, I'm a cyclist, pedestrian, and a motorist, but getting in around this city in a vehicle is virtually impossible. I think there are other ways, there are other streets where there are ample bicycle lanes. I also believe there are ample pedestrian thoroughfares. Maybe there's a need for improvement on this segment of Avenue Road, but I think not at the risk of diminishing the number of lanes from 6 to 4, and not with the imposition of some of the things that are proposed. With respect specifically to curb extensions, my experience, which is shared in many with curb extensions, for example, at St. Clair and Avenue Road, that virtually all people encountering them for the first time do damage to their vehicles. I think it pushes the vehicles out into the next lane, because if they've had any experience with these curb extensions, they want to avoid them. And I think that creates problems, not just for them, for other motorists, for pedestrians and cyclists. I've consulted other neighbors that live in the same area as ourselves, and they share the same views that I have. And I don't believe that some of the views that have been expressed here do reflect the majority of the residents of the areas around Avenue Road. I do respect that they may represent the views of some, but not the majority. And I thank you for your time, and I appreciate you hearing me.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Albert Cole, you here? No? Okay. Scott Sandler? Scott Sandler, you're online. You have 3 minutes. Can you hear me? Scott? Okay, let's go to Dylan Reed then. Dylan Reed, I heard you back. Dylan?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, 3 minutes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm here representing Walk Toronto. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well?
Yes, we could hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm here representing Walk Toronto. Walk Toronto is a grassroots pedestrian advocacy group. Dedicated to making Toronto a better city for walking. I also used to live on this portion of Avenue Road near Chikora, and I well remember how narrow. I well remember how narrow and dangerous it was to walk on the sidewalks here. Walk Toronto has long supported the efforts of the Avenue Road Safety Coalition to transform Avenue Road between Bloor Street and St. Clair into a safer space for pedestrians. We're therefore strongly in favor of the proposed changes to improve pedestrian safety on Avenue Road from Davenport to DuPont. Avenue Road from Davenport to DuPont is one of the most dangerous and intimidating stretches of sidewalk in the old city of Toronto. It consists of narrow sidewalks that are not wide enough to meet even the most basic accessibility standards, with fast-moving vehicle traffic immediately beside them. The narrowness is compounded by utility and lampposts that further restrict passage. In addition to the many current residents who rely on these sidewalks, many construction projects on this road are bringing new residents to the area, and they will need safe sidewalks to get to local amenities and destinations. The plan to reduce Avenue Road to 4 lanes, with additional turning lanes in some places, will greatly improve the pedestrian experience on Avenue Road. We therefore strongly support the proposed changes. They will improve pedestrian comfort and safety by reducing speeding and creating buffers between pedestrians and traffic. It's high time Avenue Road became a normal downtown street rather than a stub of highway in the middle of the city. I should point out that north and south of this stretch, north of St. Clair and south of Bloor, Avenue Road is already only 4 lanes. So this simply makes it more regular. We believe that this proposal for Avenue Road can be improved, however, because no parking spaces are being removed, at least in the original plan. The sidewalk will remain extremely narrow for most of the section. The study indicates it's rare for all the parking spaces to be in use, and so we encourage the removal of additional parking spaces to create additional pedestrian zones, especially where it is restricted by poles. As well, we note that the few pedestrian zones that are included are specified as at-grade roadway, which means that they do not create a wider accessible sidewalk. We request that the city city staff to include sidewalk height platforms and curb pedestrian zones to create wider, more accessible sidewalk spaces that are level with the
Okay, thank you, Dylan. Seeing no questions, we'll go on to Scott Sandler. Scott Sandler, are you here?
He's just trying to unmute himself.
Okay, Morgan Cann, C-A-N-N, Morgan Cann. Morgan's online, okay. Yeah, 3 minutes. Morgan, can you hear me?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, 3 minutes.
Sorry about that. My name is Morgan Cann. I'm a director on the Summerhill Residents Association, which represents the neighborhood bounded by Yonge Street, Woodlawn Avenue East, the Vale of Avoca Ravine, and the CPR railway tracks. We recognize the urgent need to transform Avenue Road from Bloor Street to St. Clair Avenue West into a safer corridor. However, we believe the current proposal fails to address key planning issues and strongly lacks public support. The proposal will severely impact westbound travel for all Toronto residents in an area that's already very challenging to navigate due to existing lane reductions on Bloor and Yonge for bicycles and Cafe TO. There are nearly 20 dead-end streets flowing onto Yonge Street between Bloor and St. Clair, and this proposal will exacerbate the hardships for residents on these streets. We believe the plan to install a 45-meter concrete barrier at Roxborough to block left turns at DuPont is outdated. We believe modern traffic management, such as camera-controlled digital signalization, should be used to ensure efficient traffic flow and safety. We're happy to see that Councillor Sachs may have changed her opinion on the construction of this barricade. The study underestimates Avenue Road's role as a major north-south corridor connecting downtown with the rest of the GTA. The city's traffic modeling predicts a 30 to 40% reduction in vehicle flow on Avenue Road and a 10% increase onto the already congested Yonge Street, leading to increased congestion and therefore higher emissions. There's no plan for rerouting displaced traffic or accommodating future travel demands, risking traffic chaos and environmental harm. Additionally, drivers will likely divert through residential neighborhoods, further straining these communities. There's no consideration of the projected population growth, which demands more efficient transportation solutions. Priority bus lanes are essential to meet climate goals and should be included in the near-term actions. No consideration is being given to the future travel demands from a projected 30% population growth between 2016 and 2051, as highlighted in a recent staff report. This growth will exacerbate existing challenges and increase the need for space-efficient transportation like transit. The current infrastructure won't support this anticipated growth. To address the climate emergency and reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040, a significant shift to transit and active transportation is essential. No consideration is being given to the necessary climate change adaptation and the need to significantly increase Toronto's transit usage. Avenue Road requires priority bus lanes as outlined in the city's Transform TO net zero strategy and Metrolinx's Young Relief Network study. Since road reconstruction isn't planned until 2045, but Toronto aims to reach net zero emissions by 2040, it's crucial to include exclusive bus lanes in the near-term actions on all major roads. We urge you to withdraw the current proposal and develop a comprehensive plan that aligns with the city's broader transportation and environmental objectives. Thanks for your time.
Oh, my mic's not on. Thank you. Any questions for the participants? Seeing none, I was told Jeffrey Citron is just calling in. Okay.
I'm available.
Jeffrey? Okay, yeah, 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for squeezing me in. I know I missed my time earlier. I was on at the beginning of the meeting earlier today. I think just having 3 minutes to begin with this is such a major development and change in the area that I really think this should be put over to another meeting where people have more time to speak and express their views, and will also allow more time for further studies to be done as to the impact of these changes. I would like to think that we could do some trials of some of the things that you're talking about, the old measure twice, cut once principle, because once these are done, these changes are going to have a very significant impact, as has been mentioned by many people earlier. I live on Balmoral. I am a cyclist. I cycle down to work and I drive when the weather's bad, but I even cycle in the winter. And I appreciate the concerns of cyclists, and I've done my own studies sitting at Edmund Street and on Avenue of how few bikes actually use that route. But I know this isn't a bicycle discussion. I think that, if you're going to put in more parking or if you're going to do certain changes, why not do some of these things temporarily and see what the results are? I know there was someone on the phone earlier from Amica, which I found to be completely ironic because, they're concerned for pedestrians with what they're doing at their construction site at our corner is like, it's actually hilarious to hear their comments. And I am totally in favor of pedestrian safety. But I think, the results of Amica with the lane closures there are like bumper to bumper traffic on Poplar Plains now, which is a cycle route for me coming home every day. So the reason I say we should have more study into this is because that's the apparent impact just in our neighborhood of losing at the corner of Avenue and Balmoral of losing a couple lanes. So and if you talk to the residents there and you're pushing traffic onto side streets where there are children. So I just think there should be more study done as to the specific crosswalk at, for Ramsden Park. I think there's a light 100 meters south and 100 meters north, and everybody who comes out of that park has to go north or south. So I don't know why we would put that in there. But again, like, I think we should have more study, maybe try it out temporarily and see what the result is on traffic and that. But my biggest concern is the impact on side streets and the traffic that is being forced onto those side streets, and creating a balance, a proper balance between pedestrians and cyclists and cars. Because I think, as what Cliff Goldlist mentioned earlier, I think that was his name, we need to recognize that they're not going away. And I think it just needs more time to study before we make permanent changes. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you. I was told that Scott Sandler is on the line. Are you here, Scott? You want to need to mute yourself. Okay, you can.
Now I'm unmuted.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Hi.
3 minutes, go
Sorry
ahead.
about that before. Thank you. Okay, thank you, members of the council, for listening. I heard a few people before me speak. I didn't hear the whole meeting today, unfortunately. The woman who spoke, I think 3 people before me, had mentioned that in talking to the residents association, such as the Rathnelly Residents Association, of which I'm a member, that the majority of neighbors want these changes, and I think that she has not consulted with the Rathnelly Residents Association, because the vast majority of the people in my neighborhood are very much against this. I don't even really want to speak to the narrowing of the street. I believe that what happened to Yonge Street is what has resulted in us having congestion across Roxborough and the side streets. I want to argue very much against putting a barrier to prevent cars turning from Roxborough and going on to DuPont to continue westbound, because our neighborhood will bear the brunt of that increased westbound traffic. Notably, McPherson Streets, Cottingham, and Poplar Plains Crescent are all accessible from Avenue Road, all going westbound, and currently are absorbing quite a lot of cars trying to avoid that traffic. We cannot absorb more cars from there. And the thing I understand is why no one is considered, if you put a traffic light, a secondary traffic light on Roxborough Street, and I apologize if someone else has mentioned this on this call, but if you put a traffic light on the south side of Roxborough Street, which could be timed to turn red before the one just north on DuPont, you would have an opportunity to allow traffic from Roxborough Street West to fill in the left-hand turn lanes and all the lanes, potentially even adding a left turn signal and allowing cars to go southbound on Avenue Road from Roxborough, which has never been able, you've never done that before. If you use traffic lights, all you're going to do is increase the safety for the pedestrians that are crossing the road there. You're going to increase the safety for the cars that are trying to continue westbound and get into that left-hand turn lane on DuPont. And more importantly, you're going to clear traffic where right now you're getting congestion because cars are too timid to turn into Avenue Road, or they want to make that double wide turn to continue on west. These are solvable problems with proper traffic signaling. I would even bet that if you put a traffic control officer, like a cop, out there during the day over the next week and had them halt traffic before they crossed north of Roxborough, just to see how this would work as a test, you would find that even one person using their hands could stop traffic enough to make that intersection work properly. And so I really, really hope that money is not spent on a concrete barrier, certainly not one that will redirect traffic through my neighborhood when streets such as DuPont, Avenue Road, those are streets for traveling. They're not residential side streets. That's where the traffic should be. I think that the city has made a massive mistake by not viewing Yonge Street the same way.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you. David Leinster, are you here? Okay, great. Yeah, 3 minutes. Pardon?
Some images that are going to be put on the screen, up on the screen.
Yeah, they're going to get it and hold their tongue.
Yeah,
okay.
There's an image that I wanted to speak to that's going to be.
So David and Mary?
Yes, I'm going to share my time with Mary Helen to just get that
But there's
done.
there's slides to go on the screen that we've sent in.
Do you have, I'm not sure if, does staff have the slides?
Yeah, they have them.
No, they don't have it. They don't have it? Yep.
Just go. I'll just go. Not a problem. Thank you very much, Council. My name is David Linster. I'm a planning consultant with the Planning Partnership in Toronto. We're an urban design and planning firm. I've worked on many City of Toronto streets. My practice is street and public realm based. So I have a lot of experience in this area. The narrowing of the travel portion on Avenue Road between Davenport and DuPont is a great initiative, a really powerful and important city building proposition. It's long overdue, frankly, and supported obviously by the ABC Residents Association, who you've heard mentioned today. Initiatives including the crosswalk at Pears are really important in terms of improving pedestrian safety. I'm here to support the plan. We've certainly seen the modifications that the councillor has proposed, and we're in full support of those modifications. I was going to speak to a couple of slides today. One of the slides that I think was sent to you, I think you've all received those images. The first of the two slides shows the very narrow pedestrian sidewalks on Avenue Road between DuPont and Davenport. These narrow portions of the street don't meet AODA requirements or the City of Toronto's accessibility requirements, and we think that those should be considered in this proposition. What we'd like, and in fact, those sidewalks range between about 0.98 meters to 1.25 meters wide. So you can imagine being in a mobility device navigating those narrow sidewalks, especially in winter. Our recommendation today for you to consider is to have staff do a little further detailed study on the proposal, to not in any way hold up this vote, but to see whether or not some of the parking on Avenue Road could be reduced to provide accessible clearways at road level in those very tight areas. We see examples of this, of course, around construction sites, so we know that it can be easily accommodated. We think that by reducing maybe a dozen spaces or so, a dozen parking spaces or so, we could accommodate a much desired outcome. So our request is really quite simple. Support this initiative, vote in favor of this initiative, and continue to refine the proposal to improve clearways for pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank
you. Did you want to speak?
Yes, I would like to, if we have attention of people in the room.
And you're Mary Helen Spence,
Helen
right?
Spence. I'm with the Avenue Road Safety Coalition, but also on the board of the ABC Residents Association. We have been working for 7 years with each of our councillors as they've come through, and including Councillor Matlow for that period of time. 7 years to get slower speeds and wider sidewalks on Avenue Road. As you heard, the sidewalks do not meet any city guidelines at the moment, and certainly none of the guidelines for people with disabilities. I think that some of the issues today have been distracting from the sidewalks, and I want to bring the conversation back to those. Councillor, there has been a lot of opposition to the barrier that was suggested at the intersection, and we understand that there are many people who that will impact. And certainly Councillor Sachs has withdrawn that idea and suggested in her amendments that that be withdrawn as a consideration today. What we want and what we're here today is to ask you to fix the sidewalks between Davenport and DuPont. They are now less than a meter. We presented to you, we're not just complaining, we actually spent our own money and people donated to get the planning partnership to present a plan that can both provide parking, but also can provide for those sidewalks to be temporarily amended, that they will, in fact, will meet disability guidelines and provide safety for those people walking along the street. So I hope that those considerations will be thought of and given priority today.
Thank you. And the slides you sent in are online to the public. and to councilors, just so you know.
Yes, yes. And I have noticed I have a little bit of more time. I want to talk about who the Avenue Road Safety Coalition is. And there's no question that we have full support from 32 organizations to widen the sidewalks on Avenue Road. That is what the focus is, that is what the problem is, and I know that we have full support from 32 organizations, 50% of them who have joined us over the last 6 months. So this is current, and it's been going on for a while, and we hope we have your support to do it.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Kathy McDonald, you here? Yeah, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. So I understand I'm the last speaker, so
yes, you are.
You've had a lot. So my name's Kathy McDonald. I'm president of the Deer Park Residents Group, and also that I want to note that our organization is a member of the Avenue Road Safety Coalition, and certainly supports the request for widening the narrow sidewalks and other improvements to pedestrian safety on Avenue Road. So the resolution of the traffic situation in the area is certainly a complex one, and we were concerned that the report really didn't address the holistic considerations about moving people and vehicles through our congested streets while addressing public safety. We're glad to see that the median proposal is not on the table now, because that really created problems. The area is a problem because the closest major east-west streets are St. Clair and Belmont Davenport. And so how do we manage the traffic? Ramsden Park and the Caudium area create barriers. So the only options for traffic is through residential streets. So we are sort of recommending that this report be referred back to staff for further study for options, and with the provision of a good analysis of what the impacts are, so we can understand better how to proceed in this difficult issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputies? Okay, go ahead, Councilor Sachs.
Very much.
Thank you to the deputy.
Yes, thank you, Kathy. Yeah, so questions for transportation staff. You've studied and consulted widely in the last year and a half before making these recommendations?
Yeah, correct. The Avenue Road study was informed by several rounds of public consultation, included online meetings, in-person meetings, surveys, and more.
And you talked to you heard from thousands of people?
Correct.
Will the changes that you propose adversely affect emergency services?
Through the chair. So Transportation Services consulted with Emergency Services to develop its engineering and design standards. The proposed Avenue Road design does not deviate from any of the standards that were already confirmed and created with Emergency Services.
Okay, so it won't adversely affect emergency services?
Correct.
Will they suffocate downtown?
So through the Avenue Road study, we did traffic network modeling and intersection testing. Our findings indicated an increased motor vehicle travel time of approximately 1 minute during peak hours between Bloor and St. Clair. Turning lanes are proposed at key intersections to minimize queuing and to reduce traffic infiltration on local streets.
So it won't suffocate downtown?
Correct.
If we want to reduce congestion as the population in the area explodes, how important is it to provide safe infrastructure for other ways to get around rather than a personal vehicle?
Yeah, we believe it's very important.
One of the things we keep hearing is the request to widen the sidewalks. I understand we can't widen the sidewalks without moving the catch basins. We can't move the catch basins without reconstructing the road. When are you going to be reconstructing this section of Avenue Road?
Thanks for the question. Avenue Road is not scheduled in the city's 10-year capital program and budget for major road work, so the recommended near-term actions would improve pedestrian safety in advance of road reconstruction.
All right, so that's where I was going. Will these changes significantly improve pedestrian safety?
Yes, the changes will improve pedestrian safety.
Right. Now, in addition, you've been negotiating with me over the last many weeks as to the terms of my motion, and you support it?
Yes, we were consulted and we support it.
Okay, thank you. All right, now remarks? Oh, does anybody else have questions, staff?
I don't have any further questions. Any?
Okay, I have remarks then, and I have a motion.
Okay, Councilor Sachs, go ahead.
As just discussed with staff, I have an extensive motion. The first part of it is dealing with this median we heard so much about. Well, first of all, I should say thank you to staff who've worked their butts off morning, noon, and night.
Sorry, can staff put the motion on the screen?
While the motion is coming.
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay,
sorry.
can you restart my time? Okay. I do want to thank staff, because we have worked night and weekend and many other things on all of the details of this. Also, all of the residents associations, the Avenue Road Safety Coalition, the Planning Partnership. I mean, an awful lot of people have put a huge amount of time into this proposal and into my amendments. It is hugely important to improve pedestrian safety in this area. The Avenue Road Safety Coalition has been trying to make that clear to us for 7 years. The one thing that drew a particular amount of heat was the proposal from staff to put a median at the corner of Avenue Road and DuPont, because it's a very bad intersection. There have been hundreds of crashes there. There have been about 40 people injured. It's a really bad intersection. It's mostly people in cars who get injured, but it is a lot of people and pedestrians on at least one occasion. So staff recommended, having tried many other things, that we put a median to stop the right turn, left turn maneuver. And I've heard from many, many people across my ward that this is a concern. So you'll see that in my motion, I've put that off for now. I've asked staff to look at it again either next year or when they're doing the studying the next iteration of the cycle network plan, to think again, do we need to do something at this intersection, and if so, what? And in the meantime, there's a lot of other things to do, which includes a raised crosswalk at the corner of Avenue Road and Roxborough so that people can cross the roads, cross Roxborough safely. Looking again at the intersection of Roxborough and Yonge Street. We heard from the people on Roxborough how important they think it is to be able to control left turn lanes at that corner during rush hour. Whether that's possible or not, I don't know. Staff are telling me it's a little complicated, but at least to look at it. So we have a number of nested initiatives here to improve pedestrian safety, which includes, one of the key pieces from the Avenue Road Safety Coalition, as you just heard from Mary Helen and Arlene, was a request to provide more on-street pedestrian space because we can't widen the sidewalks, which requires reducing the number of parking spots. That requires detailed design. Staff and I have not been able to come to some clarity on that, so you'll see what we have instead is we've asked staff to go back again, look at the detailed parking and loading requirements, because right now there's no loading zones for any of the businesses on this area, so that creates a constant problem. We need loading zones. We need to know what the loading and parking needs are of the local businesses who were not consulted about parking reductions by staff during the process. And then look at, can we use as much space as possible to provide pedestrian safety, especially where the pedestrian clearway is extremely narrow. I've also asked staff to go back and look at reducing the number of obstructions on the sidewalk. There are 24 light poles, something like 15 other poles, 5 parking machines, a set of garbage cans. There's a whole batch of obstructions on this tiny, narrow sidewalk, as well as we heard the garbage when it gets put out. There's almost no way to get through. And when you add snow on top of it, it's a real nightmare. So I've asked staff to look at all of these issues and to make it as safe as we can, given that we can't do what we really most need to do, which is to widen the sidewalk. You have a question? Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Bravo. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, you said a crosswalk. Did you mean that there would be a signal that gets activated when a pedestrian wants to cross?
Yes, the crosswalk that's been requested and is in the report is at Ramsden Park. It's not at the intersection of Roxborough. So the request that we've had is to have a crosswalk across Avenue Road to the entrance of Ramsden Park.
Sorry, a crosswalk where you...
Yeah, you push your button.
But it's not a crosswalk. It's, what is it called? It's a signalized crossing.
Well, I asked for a crosswalk. They said that's what I should call it.
We don't put those on arterial roads.
Yeah. But
It's a pedestrian.
We know, it's just.
Okay, just to clarify, that we don't put crosswalks on arterials. It's a different kind of pedestrian crossing that.
with a big button.
Yeah, that's what I said. Okay.
That's what they called it.
I'm just, I think I'll stop there.
Okay. Any further questions? Councilor Matlow, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a motion to ask staff to do a little bit more work on this and come back to us right after the summer, like at some point in Q4. And the reason I asked for this is fairly simple. There has been, as was fairly said, many years of advocacy, including, work that Councillor Layden and I did along with the community to ask for widening the sidewalks and improving safety along Avenue Road. But the recommendations themselves are actually fairly new. And the community is divided. There is, I've been in living rooms everywhere from Deer Park to South Hill to Rathnally just a few days ago, where there is such enormous disagreement amongst neighbors who love each other and care about each other, but this is getting to a level where the focus has been removed on what we were actually asking for in the first place. And now it's come to, for example, a recommendation that focuses in particular on Roxborough. Roxborough residents are right to ask for safety measures and asking for whatever can be done to support the residents there. But what about the streets north? And when these things are considered in an ad hoc way and not in a way that considers the repercussions, where traffic's going to go in a way that the community, sorry, there's a little noise here. I may just, the worry in the community is that even, and I appreciate that Councillor Sachs agreed to amend or change what's being asked for so that the blockade or that median is wouldn't go ahead today. But the emphasis is still on consulting and working on that project in particular with restrictions for Roxborough, without actually considering what all the other streets need to be consulted on together and work on together to ensure that this is actually a community plan. So what I'm concerned about is that if this is the focus, this will lead to even more argument and division in the community, rather than a holistic plan that can actually address our community's needs for safety. North of the tracks, I am spending the time literally living room by living room, backyard by backyard, talking with residents about, can we arrive at a place that may not be unanimity, but at least some consensus on what we can support. And I can tell you, putting in that effort is worth it. I was just telling my colleagues about how on Eglinton, when there were bike lanes and when there was a focus on wider sidewalks and active transportation proposed there, it was awful and it was ugly at the beginning, as many of these debates are. They're often very polarizing, they're often very binary, there isn't a lot of room for thoughtful nuance or ways to kind of get to a design that people agree on. But we did the work, along with Councillor Cole at the time, and we arrived at a place where we brought it to council in a way that was not actually that controversial. We've still got some areas on Eglinton to work out, but it's worth doing it well. So even though it's been many years, it's been a long time to actually get to a point where there were recommendations, the recommendations are still fairly new, and there is not a mandate in the community to move forward in a way that feels like it's an ad hoc decision
rather than actually considering if you do one thing there, how is it going to affect the rest of the streets in the area? And therefore, I don't want to stop any of this, and I don't want to actually say we're not going to do anything, because we have to do something. The status quo is not acceptable. Avenue Road isn't safe enough. The sidewalks are too narrow. And we're hearing that it would take 10 years or more to even get anything done there. So that's why I actually want to put a re-emphasis on what to do with the sidewalks, because that actually is the core problem that we heard about years ago that still needs to be addressed. But I don't want to do it in a way that just kind of blows this up in the community, focusing on things that have not actually been the focus of the community's requests, and then actually even further impede our ability to get people together to support the plan that should go forward in a way that considers all the streets that would be affected by what we do today. So let's not, I don't want to stop it. I want staff to work with Councillor Sachs, myself, and the community on bringing forward recommendations that we can get behind and we can move on in the fall.
So, I have a question for the mover.
Sure. So we'll start with Councillor Sachs, then Councillor Perks. Do you have your head? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so the first thing is, this is the first I've heard of this. Right, you said that, would you be content to defer the, my recommendation 1, which is asking the staff to study in a year or so the median? Because that can wait without adversely affecting any of the pedestrian safety improvements. Would you be content to restrict your deferral motion to that piece?
The other item that I want to understand the implications about more is essentially delegating decisions to staff to make further changes to Avenue Road. The inference by many members of our community is that if we do that, that the consultation isn't genuine. I'm not suggesting that's the intent of staff or any of us, but I think that would be hasty to do that before we get the confidence and support of the community to move forward.
Right. If those two are your concerns, can you restrict your deferral motion to those 2 things and let us do the other things that there have been 7 years of work towards, recognizing that we cannot widen the sidewalks? So deferring it to December to say maybe we'll widen the sidewalks, you know we can't widen the sidewalks.
Well, by the way, that's about including, not excluding anything else.
Right. Well, recognizing staff have told us we can't widen the sidewalks, will you restrict your deferral to the 2 things that concern you so we can get on with the other things the community wants and have been asking for so long?
Let me consider that while I entertain the other questions. And I appreciate you raising that.
Councillor Perks?
Along a similar line, I'm just wondering if there are pieces of this we could direct staff to go do. If there are pieces of this that you like, that are fine and don't cement a larger plan that needs to have some more conversation. I'm just exploring here to see if there's a path out.
There's a nuance with, so yes, and I appreciate Councillor Sachs's question, which and you're supporting the same spirit, which I think that's very thoughtful. So what was described as a crosswalk is really it's a signal that is provoked by somebody pushing the button indicating that they want to cross. And I know that there are residents who have, including some people in nearby associations, that have a lot to say about that too. So if there's a way to say, yes, we want something like that, but allow for further consultation with residents who would like to, again, in the spirit of wanting to make it safer, but to opine on maybe different designs or different technology, et cetera, I think that's reasonable. But I'm hearing that people want to have that opportunity.
Okay. So an option that it's on my mind, and I haven't spoken to this yet, would be, why don't we send all of this to council without a final decision? Just, we make no recommendations here today. And that will give an opportunity for Councillor Sachs, yourself, staff, some community leaders, just to do some things that show progress. Because I think it's very important we continue to show progress and find a mechanism for building more community support for a larger vision. Would that be something that I think could get us out of the box today?
What's evident is that there needs to be more work and inclusion of some voices to make sure that we have something that we're comfortable with moving forward on, and ensuring that some things are just not. So to compromise to be able to do that, with Councillor Sachs' suggestion on things that won't impede what she wants to do, I'm happy to defer those two items, the blockade issue, it's a colloquial term, and the median, and the, well...
Before you go too far, I'm suggesting something different, which is I don't think we're going to redesign Avenue Road in this room in the next 10 minutes, right? I just don't think that's going to happen. I'm wondering if we buy you 2 weeks to consult with Councillor Sachs, staff, and some community leadership to see if there are pieces we can do right now to show progress, and a further conversation with some guardrails around it to say, no, it's not like we're doing nothing. Because I do worry that, yes, I heard there are differing views, but I've also heard a lot of people say it has been a long time. You must show some progress now.
And I hear that too, and I recognize why that's being asked for.
Yeah.
Because people don't feel safe and they want something done.
Yeah.
My desire is obviously to get the right thing done. Yeah, I can agree to that, because I think at least it allows us a couple of weeks to have those conversations.
Okay, I'll speak, Mr. Chair.
And if I just one more thing, I've just got a message from staff that, yeah, okay.
I know, Councillor Sachs, you just can't just... So I need to make a comment. There's been a lot of back and forth, and also some horse trading, but staff is having some difficulty keeping up. These are very complex issues, and I don't want it to be out of sync and it becomes a legal issue and procedural issue. So staff does need some time to prepare and to figure this out. Otherwise, it will just go sideways.
Then may I, point of order, may I have the indulgence of the chair and community council to revise my motion to reflect what Councillor Perks and Councillor Sachs had suggested? I don't know if she suggested. Oh. No. I don't know if that's true. Okay. I want to move the motion, send it to council without recommendations. I'm going to speak in a moment.
Okay. I'm going to have Councillor Bravo speak to this item.
Oh, I will be supporting Councillor Perks' motion to refer this to council without recommendations. I want to say that I walk this street, I cycle this street many times. It's terrifying. It is a highway without rules running through our city, and it's terrifying. And I agree with every deputant who came here to say that something must be done. What I have a challenge with is to learn in real time what the redesigns are gonna be. We have delegated authority from council to make certain decisions. We have to make those decisions with the full knowledge of the implications of what is being proposed. We did not have the opportunity to see the motion in advance and ask questions of staff. We did not have the opportunity to do our own due diligence, and that is one of our governance responsibilities as members of this committee. So I think it's really important that when we think about making major changes, that it's not about getting in the way of progress. It's actually ensuring that progress happens in a way that's fair, transparent, and that actually moves the dial in a longer-term way. I happen to have worked with Councillor Matlow on some very complex issues where a pedestrian was killed by a truck, and it was part of a neighborhood streets plan. We talked to the neighbors. We acted very quickly, and that is my intention. So I will be supporting that motion to send it to council, and I would suggest to the councillors that well in advance of the city council meeting that there's a circulation of what a potential solution is here, because we don't want to play this out again in real time at council, I think it's important that we have full knowledge in advance of what it is that we're being asked to vote for.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Well said. Councillor Perks?
I move that we send the item to council without recommendations.
Okay.
And a point of order, I'd like to withdraw my motion to support Councillor Perks.
Okay. You withdrawing your motion? Okay. All those in favor of withdrawing Councillor Madlow's motion? Opposed? Carried. Okay, and so we will now vote on Councillor Perks' motion. Do you have it prepared? Okay. We're almost there, folks. And thank you to councilors for canceling their meetings and stuff. I know that you had other engagements. I appreciate that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. The next item is T 14.40, pedestrian crossing protection, Queen Street East and George Street. I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 46, right? Yes. T 14.46, parking amendment, Harbor Street. Councillor Bravo, on behalf of Councillor.
Yeah, I just received instructions from Councillor Malik's office, a request to defer.
To next cycle?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll defer this to the next meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. What else are we missing here? Is it the new items? 55? I don't have 55 in front of me.
Is the new business is the always stop control from Councillor Bravo. Sorry.
Okay, item 14.55, always stop control on Harbor. I can't read your writing. Louder Avenue at Clover Lawn and Rosecliff Avenue. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the next one is?
The next one is 56 is the appointments to the.
Okay. TE 14.56. This is Councillor Fletcher. Appointment to the Apple Grove Community Complex Board of Management. I'll move that item for her. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, the bylaws. Awesome. We're almost there.
I want to thank you, Chair, for handling a very difficult meeting and keeping us moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Even though I'm sick. Okay. That bills 531 to 542, 544 to 547, and 550 to 556 prepared for the June 11, 2024 meeting. 14 of the Toronto and East York Community Council will be declared as bylaws and passed, subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority, meeting 14 on June 11, 2024, will be declared as bylaws and passed, subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2026. All those in favor? Those carried. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to staff.